Hello, everyone. My name is Katie, and welcome to the Greenland Quilter. And yes, another night of technical issues, but it's all good. We're all good. So look who I have here. I have Andi from True Blue Quilts. As you know, that I did an interview podcast with her about a week ago, and my technology and me got in the way.
It's fine.
Um, what we're going to do tonight is we're going to sew, and I'm going to have her talk about her channel in a minute. And any of you who had questions from the podcast that didn't get to ask them can ask her here. And we're in the process of getting this live all situated. We'll be bringing up two more cameras. And so bear with us on that part too, and I'll be setting a title and all that stuff. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to spotlight Andi, and Andi's going to tell you a little bit about herself and about her channel and anything else she wants to talk about.
I can always fill the time with chatter. I am Andi. I live in Phoenix, Arizona, so quite a different climate than Katie up in Greenland. I'm so interested in hearing all about her lifestyle and the environment up there. Um, I have been quilting for about 20 years because my mom opened a fabric store and I worked there and fell in love with the process and bought a long arm and started designing patterns. And here I am, surrounded by fabric, and I love to quilt. I can't wait to retire and quilt full time. Um, I've got plenty of fabric to carry me through another 20 years. So I love making scrappy quilts and just trying out all the different wonderful techniques that are out there in the quilting world. My channel is True Blue Quilts. You can see my little banner here in the background. And I am currently in the middle of a obsession with half rectangle triangles and 6 by 9 inch blocks. And I am going to be part of the Tour de Fabric, which happens in July, which is inspired by the Tour de France in terms of being a July event and having all sorts of friendly competition and stages and different fun group activities. And it's organized by a lady named B from Quilt and Learn. And she's put these type of summits on for a couple years now, where she gathers a bunch of quilting teachers to offer free workshops. And then, it's just a community of people quilting for the month of July. So you can head over to truebluequilts.com to find more information about that. We're looking forward to that kickoff in another week or so. But I am thrilled to be here with you, Katie, and I can't wait just to spend this afternoon, evening quilting together.
I am happy to have you here too. I've been looking forward to this, so much because I think that I love getting to new people and new quilters, and it gives us a chance for me to use my platform, and you get to use your platform at the same time to introduce, people who might not have known about another creator and a
Yeah.
quilter. I mean, so this is a good way of I call it networking. I don't know what the modern name for it is these days, but I call it networking because a lot of times, like I didn't know about you until I saw your name mentioned on Sean's channel, the guy who sews. I'm like, who's that? So I go and click on the link and follow it, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know about her.
Yep. Yep. I've been around um a long time. I have been, online reading quilt blogs and watching, quilters on YouTube for years and years and years. So I feel like I know a lot of people, but I'm always surprised when they know me. So
Yeah,
and
I showed up in your live, if you probably remember right. I think that might have been the first time you and I have come in contact with each other.
Yeah,
And
no, I've seen you in Sean's chat for a long time. So I have been following you probably before you realized who I was. So
yeah, see, I didn't know that.
yep, yep. And I apologize. I'm looking down here. We've got so many devices going on. Everybody understands the tech issues, but I'm trying to keep up with the chat on my iPad. So
Yeah,
I
and go.
wanted
You
to.
can put your other camera up while you're at it if you want to. And I just broke a fingernail off. Isn't that funny?
Oh gosh, my fingernail went like I was at a evening sew group last night and I came
Mm-hmm.
home with three broken nails. I'm like that just working with the pins and cutting and all that stuff. So I'm gonna zip off camera for a second, set up my workspace view and um yeah.
And while she's doing that, I'm going to share something with you guys. And also, I'll be getting ready. I'm probably going to work on my Tulip Pink. At least that's my intention, unless I change my mind, which I don't think I will. But let me welcome everybody who is in the channel already. Sherry was in the chat first today. So congratulations, Sherry. You were number one in the chat today. Hello, Lori Colgan. And let's see, anyone else come in here since looks like I see only two people. So if you're lurking, y'all come out of hiding for just a few seconds and say hi and say hello to Andy. If y'all have any questions you would like to ask Andy, post them in the chat and we will make sure she gets those questions asked. But I wanted to share something with you guys. You know, I've been doing the 1,000 block book, and I've also been doing, now I've started on the motor block at 6. And so some of these blocks you end up with leftover stitching stitching stitch and fold pieces, and instead of me throwing them away like these really tiny ones you can see right here, I've been sewing them together anyway. And look, and so last night I was sitting in a live for several hours, and look what I put together while I was watching that live. These are 1-inch finished half square triangles. And this is from one of the blocks that I made the other day where it had a bunch of triangles in it, stitching flips. And excuse me. Sorry. So this is what I came up with, because this was, I decided I want, because I've never done a block where we're just doing these at a, one direction. So do I know where I'm going to put it at? No, but I have a bucket full of these. And I think every time I sit in a live where I'm not working on a specific project, I could pull out some of my stitching flips, sew them together, and create blocks like this. And maybe over time, I'll have enough to make me a very scrappy quilt.
And I've got the same thing. Here's the bag that I just pulled out of my my bigger tote of everything I took to my sew along last night. And yeah, I just kept a bunch of triangles, and I tend to make hourglass units from mine, and I think it's so funny that we were both using yellow.
Yeah, it's the same time. See my bucket,
Yep.
Andy?
I have back behind this curtain to hide all the mess. I've got overflowing baskets because, like I
Yeah.
said, I've been quilting for 20 years and I've been saving my cut off triangles for about
Yeah,
that long.
look at this. There's
Yep.
see how, look at that.
Yep.
So I have, yeah, and I was thinking, why am I? And most of a lot of these I've already sewn them so that they're not now these are not sewn, but
Mhm.
most of these are sewn so they're not running loose and running amok in here.
Yeah.
I even have some rectangles, a few
Yeah.
blocks, and I figure there's enough here to make a scrappy quilt.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. But I do like your ideas of just putting the half square triangles in straight rows and making the block that way.
Yeah, I haven't made, I don't know if you've made one, but I have never made one. I'm always trying to turn them into pinwheels or
Mhm.
hourglass. And it occurred to me last night, I'm like, why not do, because every time I see a quilt that has just those triangles sitting at that angle, I'm like, I really should think about making at least one quilt that way. Yeah, see, you and me,
This was
pinwheel.
this, it's
Love it.
only about, 8.5 by 11. But this was the first project I made with my leftover, um, triangles. Like you said, I made them all into pinwheels and tried
Yeah,
to make a little rainbow quilt. And I think these are probably about 1 inch as well, when I look up
you're
close
so
to them.
pretty.
But yeah, that was fun. I think I had a thought early on that I would use this to try some hand quilting.
Yeah.
Girl don't have time to learn hand quilting.
Well, I'm working on a hand quilting piece over there, but it's taking time, and I keep, I don't know how you are, but sometimes I can have focus for a little while and I'll get like I got the middle of it done, and then suddenly I don't have focus and I got sidetracked. It's so funny because I've been doing a live a month with some crocheters,
Yeah,
and the minute I picked up yarn, I'm like, why did I put my yarn down?
right.
Because suddenly I'm like, I want to hurry up and crochet.
Uh-huh. So half square triangles obviously are the theme of the day because I've got this pile, and what I'm trying to do is um, go through the old bags of fabric that I've collected because I have a very bad habit of finishing a project and leaving all the scraps in the project bag and
Yeah,
stuffing it in my closet. And I want to sort through all my scraps, get some scrap bags ready to sell, because I'm literally drowning in fabric. I've got my room is 10 buckets high of leftover fabric, more than I can use in a lifetime. So let's get it out in the world. But I had these leftover uh, pieces from a quilt, and there was just enough to make 4 of these half square triangles and they're in 4 different colorways. So I am going to go back to the pinwheel. I'm going to make some pinwheels. I'm going to add some black and white borders and make a little baby quilt because, the blocks were already ready to go as half
yeah.
square triangles. So I just want to turn it into something rather than let it sit for another 20 years.
So you know what we could do tonight? Instead of me working on, I know I need to work on my tulip ink thing, but hmm, why don't we work out of our little scrap buckets? Since you're already
Yeah,
going to do
I'm
that
gonna,
tonight with yours, I think I'm gonna join you on that, and let's see how many of these things I can put together tonight. Because I
yeah.
sure do have a boatload of them. Let me tell you.
And
So
I
let's.
am being tortured over here. You can't hear it on camera, but my daughter adopted a kitten a couple months ago, and
Oh,
um she's not approved to be out in the house by herself. And
okay.
the sewing room is pretty dangerous for a kitten. So
Yeah, definitely.
she is next door in my daughter's bedroom, just crying her heart out because she can hear
Oh,
me talking.
she's like, why can't
So,
I be with you?
yeah. But yeah, if she would just get into way too much stuff, and I don't want the stress of having to watch her while I'm trying to hang
Yep.
out with you lovely folks online.
Check
And
this
then
out. These little blocks, see them? They're
oh
one and a
yeah.
quarter. They're 1.25 inches.
Ooh, tiny,
They're
tiny.
tiny.
Yep. Um,
But I also made, looks like I've been slowly sewing stuff together because here's some hourglasses.
yep.
I get on this little tent. Ah, looky here. This is from some little blocks.
Oh, isn't that cute?
Yup. So see,
Love it.
so you guys can see instead of throwing your I know some people don't have time to come through here and sew these itty bitty pieces that you did from stitch and flips, or they're leftover little 1 inch blocks that you were using in something. But you don't have to have necessarily a lot of time. Here's another one I did with triangles. Look,
Mm-hmm. Hey, and
you
that matches the yellow one. You just need to put
yeah,
yellow around it since they're all
yep,
lined up straight.
yep, definitely. You don't necessarily have to spend hours doing this. You can do it like if you don't feel like sewing on a project, or you don't know what you want to work on, grab some of your little scrappy pieces and just sit, because you're watching a live or whatever, or you're watching TV at the same time. I do that a lot. Um, yeah, I do it. I'm an avid TV watcher. I didn't have TV when I was a kid because we were in a church that didn't allow it, and I have not lost my love for TV. But I mean, I don't watch. I'm picky about what I watch, but
Yeah.
I like to watch science fiction stuff and action adventure things, or I do watch too much YouTube. I'll be the first to admit I'm a YouTube fanatic, I think.
Yep. Yep.
Here's a little pinwheel.
Oh, yeah, I love it with all the different colors.
And some of this fabric I don't even have anymore.
I know, like this one that I'm using right now is well, I'm showing you the back of it. It's the weirdest, like
Yeah.
gray, purple, blue down here. So I thought it was quite lovely at the time. I don't know if I still agree with my younger self, but
Yeah, and you might later on like it again. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's see here. We got more coming in. Hi, Judy Hebert. Welcome, welcome. I hope I don't butcher this name. Is it Geraldine or is it Geraldine? Let me know how I'm supposed to pronounce your name, and welcome, because I think this is the first time I've seen you in here. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Michelle the Quilter, and thank you for the Happy National Greenland Day uh, comment. Thank you for that.
yeah,
Hello,
is that
Cindy
like
Good.
a patriotic holiday like we have Independence
Yeah,
Day
it
here?
has to do with the fact that in 1979, Greenland was granted home rule status.
Okay.
Uh, Greenland is working toward its ability to become totally independent, but it wants to remain within the Danish realm, but it wants to do everything itself at some point. But right
Right.
now, it's such a the infrastructure to become an independent country, totally independent,
Right.
is a little difficult because Denmark supplies a certain amount of grant money to the country to run its uh,
Yeah.
government and social
Mhm.
services and healthcare, because our tax dollars go toward we don't pay for healthcare as
Right.
far as like out of pocket. There's no out of pocket expenses because our tax dollars pays for universal healthcare for
Right.
everyone, regardless of
Mhm.
whether they're working or not. Um, Even the indigent have health care.
Yeah.
So no one goes without health care in this country. And so it pays for that. It pays for young people to go to college all the way up to a PhD. It pays for retirement. It pays for seniors who have to live in assisted care living facilities. It pays for all of that. So that grant money helps foot the bill for part of that. Um, what's needed right now is for Greenland to be able to there's so many resources here, and there's some resources that they are not, I hope never in my lifetime at least, come off of it. Uh there's plenty that they can make money off of. It is going to be expensive for whoever invests in the resources because we live on a island full of ice,
Yep. Yep.
and
So the
it's
little
and
stinker opened the door and came wandering in.
I
This
let
is
me spotlight you for 1 minute so everybody can see him or her.
it's a little
Oh,
girl.
she's cute. Look at
Yeah.
I love the color of her.
I know she's a very pretty
She's like, I
tabby,
want to go
but
investigate.
very, yeah, I know. I know. This is not good, but I'm home alone, so the poor thing, it was driving,
Aw,
like I said, it was driving me
look
nuts.
at you. Hello. Meow, meow. It's like, nope, I'm out of here. I want to go see what I can get into.
Yeah. Now, well, see, if she was just a little bit older, she could settle down and nap, but we're
Yeah.
I'm part of me is hyper sensitive because we had to put a cat down a few years ago because she got into, I think she got into some thread and it caused an intestinal blockage.
Oh no.
And yeah, so we're trying to be super, super careful and safe with this one. So I'm gonna go put her in the other room and make sure the door is locked. So, excuse me.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Take care of her. I'm waiting for our certain little channel toddler to start raising Cain herself. She's already up here looking at me. Oh, she heard me speaking to the cat. Oops, that stirred things up. So, all right, and hey, Rita, welcome, welcome. You had it right the first time. Okay, Geraldine, thank you for letting me know because I wasn't sure which. I can never make an assumption of how. No, I can't make an assumption of how people's names are said these days because when you live on this side of the pond, it's totally different than what us Americans assume it is.
Right.
And you know what they say about assumptions.
Uh-huh. I try never to do that, but
Yeah, because you're going to be probably wrong.
yep. Rita's here. She was thinking that the cat looked like a Bengal. She may on camera, but in person, she is definitely a dark gray tabby. She just has the tabby stripes and not the Bengal spots. My in brother-in-law has Bengals, and in fact, I'm cat sitting for them next week. So okay, so I've got my green pinwheel going here.
Yeah, I
I
think I've got
love, you
a pile here.
mentioned Tulip Pink, and I love K Facet fabric. I tried it. I say every quilt needs a little cafe.
You know how many K facet fat quarter kit or fat quarter bundles I got right now?
Probably a bunch.
Yeah, and some there might be three or four of those bundles is at least 7 or 8 years old.
Yep.
And the only reason is I've been waiting for Cape to come out with what is it you call it that they're calling it now where they keep reproducing it that you could use it for backgrounds or blenders or whatever. Can't remember what they're called, but
Blenders?
there's a name for the ones that can keep being repeatedly printed again.
No.
I can't think of the name of it at the moment, but I was hoping that Cape would come out with some blenders or uh, easier to use for background so that I can intermix with all of that bright, beautiful stuff.
Sure.
And it'd be by Cape, so it'd be a total Cape quilt, you
Right.
know?
It would be his color. Kind of like Tula Pink does some
Yeah,
more
toned down stuff like her
like
the one
her
with the little tiny birds on it. That one.
yeah, and the polka dots and the
Yeah,
yeah. But just so
yeah,
all the colors match. I hear you.
yeah. Because it's when you got all these big flowers in your face, you're like, what am I supposed to do with this? I
Yep.
mean, you could cut if it was yardage. See, the thing is you have fat quarters, not yardage. If it was yardage, then you could probably do one of those. What is it called? One block wonder quilts out of them, because
Mhm.
you could line up all that stuff. But with fat quarters, it's not that simple.
Yep. And
Reproductions is what rep. Hey, Rebel, how are you? Oh, it's been a while since I've seen you. It's good to see you. All right. Let me see. Yeah, reproductions. Katie, do you ever win that argument? What argument? Whatever I said had to do with whatever Rita's talking about. Probably something I've made a comment about more than once. Are they? Yeah, basics. Cindy Good, you got it. That's what I was trying to come up with. That word, basics. Yeah. A lot of these fabric companies are having basics that can, um, you know,
yeah, that are always available and they go with all their lines and yeah,
yeah.
it does make it easier to mix and match.
So if they have basics, then you can grab some yardage and use it with those back quarters and create whatever you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, argument with Fur Baby. No, it doesn't look well. Right now, she's laying back down. Now I know what Rita's talking about. She's talking about a certain four-legged dog that about this time of the day, it's like, Mom, aren't you supposed to do something? And she waits
Yep.
till I get on a live to bug me about it.
Yeah.
So everybody knows what she's asking for now. It's FEED, me.
Yeah. And I think someone had suggested that my little cat needs a partner, and I do have another cat, and that's part of the reason that she has to be locked in the bedroom by herself, is because I don't trust the older cat around her yet. We're slowly introducing them, and it's gone well so far, but I as I said, uh we've tried this expanding the family with another kitten, and it didn't end well. So we're trying to avoid that heartbreak.
You have a point there, Rita, but have you seen how big she is? I tried to bring her up to the desk last night so that Nikolai could talk to her from the video, but we're better off doing it on the TV screen because I don't think that the monitors for the computers are the same as the TV, I don't think. So I don't know that she necessarily can see him or not. And this, I need to get this mount right. I'm trying to get it so you can see what I'm doing. I hope that's a little better. Maybe.
Yeah, I like it. We've got all your pieces and parts there on screen.
Yeah. Because I think what I'm going to mess with is these smaller pieces right here.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that I have half sewn right here, I can make some more either hourglasses or I can make pinwheels with them. And then I have a bunch of these really small ones that I can do in the same setup as what you saw. Those that just came in that didn't see this earlier, while I was watching somebody's live last night, there's someone in here that probably knows who I'm talking about. I was doing this. And these are leftover stitch and flips. So Andi's doing this, she's working on some leftover stuff, and that's what I'm going to be doing tonight too.
Yeah, total serendipity that we both started playing with scrappy triangles.
How did we know that? Isn't that crazy?
I love the book Big Magic by, and I'm sorry if my volume goes in and out. I try to talk over the sewing machine, and then I remember that Zoom does a good job of cutting out the background noise. The book Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert. She was the lady that wrote Eat, Pray, Love years and years ago. That was so popular. But Big Magic talks about inspiration and creativity. So it's a really good read if you know, for all of us that are trying to be creative in our lives. And she had such an interesting story about the idea that ideas have to come to life, and if an idea strikes one person and is not acted on quickly enough, it will move to another person.
Oh,
And
that's funny. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah, so you know, like I said, it's kind of serendipity, but just the idea that that spark of do something with half square triangles is floating around, and it landed on both of us at the same time.
Exactly. So. Y'all, me and Andi didn't talk ahead of time about doing this. I was going to work on my Tulip Pink, and then I still have this urge to mess with this little stuff, and then come find out she's doing the same thing. Neither one of us knew each other was doing it.
Yep. So
I've been looking at this bucket for months, and I'm like, I really should sew more of it together. So it's not because I've misplaced the lid to the bucket. It's here somewhere, but probably up underneath fabric. And I forgot to put the lid on it. I'm like, the longer that bucket sits here, the more dust it's going to collect, But I'm going down memory lane too at the same time because I'm like, Oh, I remember when I used this. Look at this, Andy. These little tiny pinwheels.
Oh, yeah, they're so cute.
And I
I
have
am
several of those.
working with, I cut these half square triangle pairs from 2.5 inch strips, so they're not
Mm-hmm.
going to be as tiny as yours, but I love the easy angle ruler
Mm-hmm.
for making half square triangles from strips.
Oh, that's cool.
And I was looking at the chat, and Rita said that it's confusing because YouTube has our workspaces swapped. So my
Yep.
workspace is diagonal, it's underneath your picture.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't pair up, which is funny because I've got my iPad with with the YouTube view on one side of me, but I'm looking at my webcam on my computer and we're all perfectly lined up. So Rita,
Yeah,
I don't
same
know
here.
how it gets the mixed signal, but thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, exactly. Because I on my screen I have your work area right underneath your video and mine under
Hmm.
mine.
Yeah. But then if you
But
look over onto a YouTube view, it's
different.
wrong.
Oh, really? Let me
Yep.
go look. I hadn't even looked. It's funny. Come to think of it, I hadn't looked. I have to because I take my chat off my browser
Hmm.
and I split my screen. Oh, you're right. So we're not even seeing the other two. So that means
But
everyone else is not seeing it?
well, they've got them on the diagonal. They have our names down there, so we've had enough issues with having to restart the
Yeah, we're not
Zoom,
gonna
so we're not
we're
doing it
not
again.
gonna yeah, we're not gonna get with the demons anymore tonight. No, thank you. I was stressing because I'm like, oh, not again. I'm like, what's up with that? Sometimes I think these things happen to me because I do them when I'm tired.
Oh, that could be.
And look at all these. This is leftover from, let me see. This is leftover from Stronger Together quilt, the one that has the mountain peaks on it. All of these are leftovers from that. And I'm finding more and more of them. I'm so sad that Fat Quarter Shop stopped doing the Stronger Together stuff. And I'm beginning to think that the reason they stopped is because of the current climate about inclusion.
Yeah, that could be.
And it really ticks me
You
off
know,
because I'm like, the
if
quilt
everybody
companies,
would just mind their own business and
yeah,
not tell other people how to think, you know,
yeah,
just obviously call out bad behavior,
yep.
but you know,
I feel
one
like the
side or
quilt
the other. I
companies,
don't need anybody else telling me how to live my life.
yep, yep, yep. And I don't feel like quilt companies should be following this, what do you call it, direction that the rest of the country's trying to go in.
Right.
Because you're going to alienate some of your quilters by doing that.
Yeah, and that's why I try to stay off of political topics
Yep,
unless I am
yep.
in person with someone because it is bound to be misinterpreted along the way. So,
Last night in a live, there was a discussion. It wasn't a political discussion, but it was a discussion about whether to drive those that drive with shoes on when you're doing long distance driving,
uh-huh,
or if you drive barefooted. Well, I drive barefooted when I'm doing long distance driving,
uh-huh.
because my feet will go to sleep if I keep my shoes on.
Oh,
And we
sure.
were having a discussion and all these reasons why you should or shouldn't do it. But everybody was doing it in such a way that it was actually, from my point of view, it was a great conversation because no one was getting angry. No
Mm.
one was, being hateful. It was actually a laid back conversation of some agreed with some of it, some didn't agree with it, but no one was calling it hate. And I
Right.
loved that. No, you're not going in your corner, Rita. Rita knows it was on the live she was on. But I loved it because we were having discourse without anger. That's what I loved about it.
Yeah, we used to have this thing called civil discord,
Yeah.
and we've, as a
And
society, have
to
lost
me,
some of that.
it's okay to disagree when you disagree, and it's okay to agree when you agree. And I don't know why people start calling it hate because you disagree with someone. It's not hate.
Yeah,
It's I don't agree with you.
difference of opinion, yeah,
Yeah,
or
and it's
different
okay.
customs and ways people were brought up, and yeah.
Yep, yep, yep. Because I don't have malice in my heart
Yep.
toward people.
Yeah.
I feel like that if you allow malice into your life,
Mm-hmm.
because hate is malice,
Yep.
if you allow that into your heart, then it eventually will consume you, and then you're just like the
Yep.
rest.
You're in a very bad place. I would
Yep.
agree. Let's see.
And that's something I've had to teach my kids. You it's okay if you don't like someone, but you don't
Mm-hmm.
hate them because hate is a strong emotion
Yeah.
and it can eat you alive if you let it.
Mm-hmm.
Rita says, I just figure it this way. I disagree with myself all the time and leave it at that.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, sometimes I have debates where I'm talking to myself. My husband will come in there and he's like, I know what you're doing. So what are you trying to work out in your head? And I'll tell him and he's like, and he'll give his opinion.
Uh-huh.
And I'll think about what he said about it. And
Yep.
then I'll come back in there and I'll tell him, I'm like, you know what? You're kind of right. And then it's not this, well, I told you so attitude. He doesn't even do that. He just like, see, another way of looking at something. And this pinwheel really needs to be worked on because that looks messy. Judy says she just tries to stay in her lane.
Yep. That's it. You were saying that it is Greenlandic National Day. Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah. Oh, I never finished saying what it was about.
And then I celebrated um, World Giraffe Day.
Oh, that's
One of
cool.
these online holidays,
Yeah.
because I have loved I picked giraffes as my spirit animal long ago. Um, and so I have all sorts of stuffed animals, figurines, etc., etc. Oh, wow, that looks so good with the black.
Yeah. I don't even know what it was.
It's going to be a great border for something.
Yes,
Strip
it
quilt.
is. Oh my wow. I must have been I bet I was experimenting to see what it would look like.
Mm-hmm.
Um, since you mentioned the spirit animal, you want to hear something interesting? Um, when I was young, I had this penchant for tigers.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know why I did, but and I had a stuffed tiger. I mean, all of my childhood life, I had one, and then well into my adult, and I actually have that tiger that's probably about 50 years old now, sitting in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't always follow horoscopes and things like that.
Right.
But since me and my husband have been married, I've discovered a couple things. Me and my husband both are Aries. Now, here's the kicker.
Mm-hmm.
Both of us were born in the year of the tiger.
Oh, there you go.
So, most of the time you hear that Aries can't live with Aries
Uh,
or type 2 type,
right.
but me and him are like water, I mean, sometimes I'm a bit, I don't, well, when I get angry, I get angry. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't fight. We don't
Right.
argue. We've been married almost 15, will be 15 years in January. We
Mm-hmm.
have never had a knockdown, drag out argument ever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, our marriage is just,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have this in my first marriage and now I do. And,
That's so
for a couple of
wonderful.
years, I walked around worried that this good thing that was going on would end because,
Mm-hmm.
44 years of my life was bad.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, look at this. This, I wonder if anybody recognizes this fabric.
Oh, cute. Cute.
This is taking me down memory lane for sure. Wow. Oh, here's some cool fabric. Look at this.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I love it. I tend to have lots of, I showed the green block before, lots of polka dots in my
Oh
fabric
yeah.
choices. When
That
I go through and I'm trying to pull scrap fabric for a new project, I end up with lots and lots of dots. So I don't know what that says about me, but
well, I don't this one fabric line like this one that this really bold orange color right here. Let me show it to you. And I'm gonna try to get it up close to the camera where you can see the design on it.
mhm. Ooh, yeah.
So this fabric line was from, I'm trying to think what it was. I think it was called hopscotch or something like that.
Hmm.
And that whole fabric line, because I ended up buying, I think I bought the whole fat quarter bundle because
Hmm.
I'm like, oh my, you had this, and then you had somewhere it was like little tiny squares on it, and I'll probably come across that thing. Or like this one, this is part of it, this fabric piece right
Uh-huh.
here.
Yeah.
And the one next to it is from it also, and I'm like, oh, here's the one with the little, here you go. This is hopscotch.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, I love all those nice, pretty graphics.
Yeah. It was a great fabric. And I'm like, gosh, Lee, this would make a cute kids quilt too. But
Hmm.
as an adult, I'm like, I like the colors.
Yep.
I think I've drug out enough for right now to at least start messing around. It is very hot in my house, y'all. Let me see what the temperature is,
Okay.
right?
Don't talk to me about hot.
Well, outside it says it's 50 degrees, but inside my house it feels like a sauna.
Yeah, my daughter is complaining because we have always tried to be somewhat frugal and we keep the air set around 80, might get a little warmer than that in the afternoons. And she just complains all summer long, oh my God, it's so hot. And I just tell her, when you're the one paying the electric bill, you can set it to refrigerator temperatures. But in this house, we're not doing it because
Well,
your
I
dad
heard
will pay
someone
attention.
talking
I
about,
blame my husband.
yeah, I heard it might have been William or either even maybe Rita was talking about that they keep their temperature set on 80 something degrees. And
Hmm.
I'm like, I would be freaking dying if I was in Florida with the thermostat sitting on 80 degrees. But Florida's electric bill is not near as bad as California and Arizona's is.
Right. Well, and also when it's 110 outside, 80 feels cool. So,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, aim the fan on you. We have fans going 24/7 in this house. So it's not like you don't have any air, but it's
There's a
just,
fan up here blowing on me right now.
yep, yep.
I told Nikolai we might have to start thinking about putting the HVAC in the on one of these walls because if the Arctic keeps warming up the way it is, we're going to need
Mhm.
an air conditioner because our windows and it's the same in Denmark. Everywhere you go in Denmark, their windows do not have screens on them,
Oh,
and
are there
I
a lot of
cannot.
bugs?
Well, the only bugs we have right now are the ones that happens because of what time of the year it is. We'll have 6 weeks of mosquito city
Hmm.
and about 5 weeks of fly city, and then the midgets come rolling in. And but the thing I dislike the most coming in my house is the female mosquitoes and the big huge flies that come in here.
Mm. Yeah,
They can smell you cooking, and you won't have a fly in your house, but you have the windows cracked just this much,
yep.
and it's like they beeline it and find the crack and come, and then they're flying all over the top of my stove. And I'm
Yep.
like, really?
We don't have a lot of flying bugs in Arizona, but we do have um the lizards and the
Oh, I
creepy
can do with
crawly
lizards any
type
day.
critters. So
Here, let me gross you out. They heard me talk about this last night on the live. You know
uh,
what we used to do to our mother? we would be outside playing. Us three girls were a bunch of little tomboys. And we would play jokes on my mom. And one of the jokes we would play is we'd catch the little green lizards because we lived in Florida. And you could make them open their mouth and you just push them towards your ear and they would latch onto your ear. And we'd go diddy bopping into the house with lizard, lizard ear hanging on their ear. And my mom was like, what the heck?
All right. Oh man. Yeah.
Right now. But it was fun doing that sometimes to her. And she
Yeah.
wasn't scared of them or nothing like that. That wasn't the problem. It was the fact that we were attaching them to our ears was what was bothering her.
Right. Right. So I'm going to show off my pinwheels. I've got my
Here, let me
orange.
spotlight you so they can see. There we go. Wow,
I've got
that's pretty.
my orange one. And I love making monochromatic blocks. You know, the whole quilt will be a rainbow, but within each block, I love finding darks and lights of the same color family. So this
Mm-hmm.
was really fun to put the orange together. And then I have a pink one, and I've got the fun swirls.
That's pretty.
And then I've shown the green. The green's my favorite, but
Oh, I like that one too. And you got cape in there.
yep. Case facet paperweights,
Recognize that
classic.
cape anywhere.
You can get that in a bunch of different colorways. And then the blue is like the one thing that doesn't go together because these other ones I was able to find, a really good almost muted
Yeah,
color. And for the blue, kind of blue gray purplish
that's
in real
nice.
life,
Yeah, that looks great
they're
too.
both prints. So I don't get the same effect because I have two prints together with this
Yeah,
one. So
yeah.
anyway, those are my 4 pinwheel blocks. And I think they're, if I remember measuring, get stuff so the iron doesn't fall off the table and I can see a ruler.
So
Oh,
while you're
they're 12. I thought they were only 10, but they're 12 inches.
nice.
So yeah,
So
that'll make, even with just 4 blocks and some, 4-inch sashing, that'll make a nice little baby quilt.
yep, yep. Rita says Katie gets angry. No, not possible. Then she says she has some bright orange fabric like what I was showing you in
Uh-huh.
different designs. She just hasn't figured out what to make from it yet. You know what? Orange and really good navy, not navy blue, like a royal blue, really goes good with orange for some weird reason. Rita says hot in Greenland, haha. Okay, if you say so. We have an issue going on up north with our ice cap. Things up there are deteriorating some more. Let's see. Rita says she has fans running all over the house. She tries to hold off as long as possible before turning on her central air. She can usually handle it if the house is 90, but above that, she has to have the air on. And then she says,
Yeah.
lizards are funny, and I have a family of Gila monster lizards living under a tree in her backyard. Wow.
I know that would be,
I have never seen a Hilo, I don't think.
they're like the what you think of as a little lizard are probably what we call fence lizards.
Oh,
They're,
okay.
6 to 8 inches long, typical lizard body, but Gila monsters are like big, fat, ugly lizards.
Oh, got you. You know what I find a little disturbing is seeing. Do you know what a skink is?
I've heard of skeeks, yeah.
They walk like a lizard, but they look more like a snake.
Mm.
And if you pick them up, their tail will break off really easy because it's one of their ways of trying to get away from predators. Because Florida has, I don't know which species of it is, but we got them down there in Florida.
Mm.
All right, you guys, no one in this chat right now has one question for Andi. I am. Come
They
on,
don't know me
y'all.
too well.
And hi, Cindy Van Hoy. I'm sorry to say hi earlier. Andy, she says, loves your pencil pattern. Do you design fabrics?
I do. I'm only a pattern designer. I have not ever really had the interest in designing fabric. I don't, I free motion quilt, so I hesitate to say I'm not artistic in that way because I can obviously stitch repeating patterns and things, but I just think that there's a little more of the drawing artistry that goes into surface pattern design is what they call it if you're licensing your artwork to fabric companies. So I would probably come up with something much like you were showing for hopscotch, Katie, with,
Yeah.
just squares and spirals, just really graphic shape based things, not like realistic plants and animals, because there's no way that I could design that. But
Have you
you hesitate, you don't ever want to say never, but it's highly unlikely. I would much rather play with squares and triangles and rectangles and put them together and do patterns.
so Rita says, Andy, question, let me think. Oh, I know. What is your favorite block and not so favorite block?
Um, I have an applique phobia, so I will very, very rarely do any sort of applique. I've done a couple quilts with applique in them in my distant past, but yeah, that would be the not so favorite. Um, uh, Star blocks, I guess, are stars and pinwheels, like in my sampler here, my little banner are my favorites.
Is that paper piece star? Is that star a paper piecing? Well, I see you got friendship star, but the one in the bottom left side, well, it's on your right. Yeah, that one. Is
This
that paper
one,
piece or is that piecing?
no, these all four of those corners are traditional straight piecing. That one is actually made with half square triangles. So let
Okay.
me let me get a few more sewn together,
And you'll show it
and
to
I
us?
can
Okay.
I can I can lay out that kind of elongated pinwheel. So um
Okay.
and then yeah,
Cindy,
an Ohio Star, Friendship Star. I come back to the Friendship Star
I
over
think
and
a
over
lot
and
of
over and
people
over
do.
in so many of my designs.
Yeah. Cindy Van Hoy says, question, what's next for Andy's business?
So I was telling everybody at the beginning when we were all getting logged on and stuff. In July, I am doing a quilt along as part of an online community event called Tour de Fabric. So kind of like the Tour de France, bicycle riding, we can sit and sew and participate in the Tour de Fabric. So I'm running a quilt along with that event in July. And then in September, I am releasing the a Christmas edition, holiday version of my Little Bit Different collection, which is the 6 by 9 inch quilt blocks. So some fun holiday designs that stretch your blocks a little bit into that kind of funky size. Um, so you can keep keep up with True Blue Quilts. And of course, I'll be sharing all over YouTube because I'm live on YouTube every Wednesday to get some of these projects finished. Um, yeah, so I've kind of been a little bit behind the scenes this year, just trying to not necessarily do anything new, but to keep interest in what I've already produced. Because if you look at my online shop, I've got dozens of patterns out there. So it's it's always a when you turn quilting into a business, you always have that balance that you have to make between exploring all your new ideas and trying to sell what you've already created. So yeah, I try to keep that balance going.
Rita
So
said
those are
she
a couple of the things coming up.
Rita says she wondered about that, as with all your videos, there is no such much applique.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll never. And I won't say never, because I do have some of the applique dies for AccuQuilt, and they're super cute, but I don't know. It just has it a little bit fiddly for me. It's really funny because in our interview, Katie, I showed you the um, books that I've written with my mom, who's also a
Yep.
quilter.
And you're welcome to show them again here if you like.
I left them downstairs,
Okay.
so um, you'll just have to go on my
So
website.
watch the podcast, y'all.
Yep, go back to Katie's interview. But my mom is very much more of an intricate quilter. She'll do more of the applique designs and things. So anytime you see applique in any of our books, it's because my mom made those quilts. And things that have lots of 2.5-inch squares and strips, that's all me. I'm all about, do the simple stuff and make it look fabulous.
Katie, you have phenomenal camera angles, clear and professional. Thank you. That's because Sherry sent me a apparatus so I could put my phone up above me. Because for a while there, I was on a tripod and it took over the rest of my desk. So now I'm really happy with this right now. All I want to do now is find a really good camera to add to it instead of using my phone. Because right now this one right here, you see me put my fingers up close.
Mm-hmm.
This is an old cell phone that's about 8 years old. And I use it. I have an American phone number on it. And so I only turn it on when I need to use it. I take it with me to. So I've been thinking about wiping this phone clean of social media, most of my social media, because I'm a little concerned about when I come into the United States next year, they were going to want to look at what's on my phone. And I have a problem with that because that's violating our civil rights as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. But I figured if I either that or I'm going to buy an unbranded phone that'll only have a phone number and no social media, and just put my regular phone in my suitcase, and then when I get off the plane and get out of the terminal, then I can just take out my phones out of my suitcase and go from there.
Yep.
I mean, this phone you see me using right now, that one's 8. This one right here, yeah. So I think I bought this one in because this is a 1+6. This one I have in my hand right here is a 1+ Nord, and this is a 2018 model. So I still have this one. Let's see, we're in 2025 right now, so this one is technically 7 years old. But I didn't use it for an entire year because I told Nikolai, I'm like, because he bought me this phone, he says you need to replace the other one, and it took me a year before I finally turned this one on.
Yep.
Because I'm like, it's not broke. So I ended up because when I was in the with this phone, which has my Greenland phone number on it, we have a phone plan where I can call anywhere in the United States and I can talk for hours, and it costs me this much. 0. But when I get to the United States and I call home, the cost is still lower, but it costs a little bit because I have to pay for what they call roaming. Because I've gone across the pond, and the way the cell towers in the United States work, they're different than here. So they automatically start charging money. So what I ended up doing is I found a cheap way of this phone number here is through Google Fi, and I only pay $20 a month. Yes, I have to keep it on year long, so I spend 20 times, let's see, 2 times 12 is so $240 a year goes to a phone I only get to use once in a while. But it's the way I have to have a phone number on my American bank account in case the bank wants to get a hold of me, or if, or like sometimes when I use my credit card or my debit card through my American bank account, it gets locked down because it can tell that it was used over here. And then I have to call the bank and undo it. It's stupid. It's like the bank wants to track where you are. But yeah. And the reason I have an American bank account is because when I first started going back and forth between Greenland and the United States, my MasterCard through my Greenland bank account, you'd go in Walmart and Walmart wouldn't accept it because it was,
Really?
yeah, it would just say, sorry, insufficient funds when you had money there. And me and Nikolai got tired of it. And, I still had my ViStar account. I've had my ViStar account since like 2004. So I never closed it up. So what I do is I send money to my American bank account just in case if I do try to use my MasterCard and it says, you're not using it, I have my Visa card that I can use, which is through the United States. And then so now it's not, now because I've set it up that way, when I run into an obstacle, I just give them a different card.
Right.
And then it's over with. And then I check, when I get to the hotel or wherever it is I'm staying, then I go online and make sure that my Greenland bank card hadn't been locked down because I used it in the United States. Yeah. Because I think that between ViStar and Greenland Bank, they are both very persnickety. They have security measures in place that I find astoundingly annoying. I'm serious. It's crazy. But I get that they're trying to keep your money secure and stuff. So I try to keep, a lot of times, in fact, both Nikolai and I both do this. When we get our salary or whatever, we move a lot of our money to our savings account because it's really hard to steal money from your savings account because you can't. Should you get your card, should someone scan your credit card, you don't have no funds in your, which technically is actually a debit card with the credit card backup. With Greenland, it will not even process it if there's no money sitting in the checking account, period. Even though it has that backup MasterCard stuff.
Right.
With my Visa, sometimes it might let it go like $50 over if someone were to do that. But it also sees the bank itself sees I have money, backup money in my savings account, so it prevents an overdraft.
Right.
So that never ever happens.
Yeah, that's a good way. So I have a quilting question for the group, because if you look at the screenshots right now, the way Katie and I have laid out our pinwheels is different.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering who thinks your pinwheels need a clockwise rotation and who thinks they need a counterclockwise rotation, because I was having the same question with my other blocks, and it really depends on.
Can you really do them in two different directions?
Yeah, like so if you're looking at my pinwheel, it's where you place that dark fabric. If you place the dark fabric,
oh, I guess I can see that now.
It'll spin one way, and if you turn the dark fabric the other way, then it spins the other way. And so I have that concern now because I didn't pay attention, and I've got, are these pinwheels spinning two different directions?
Now and so if you try to put them side by side without sashing, then you're going to have solid colors running. But you know what? It would create a secondary design.
Yeah, the hourglass block. So it's just one of those things. My mind always goes to the construction of the block. And anyway, I was going to show you how I laid out this kind of diamond pinwheel.
Yeah.
So
here, let me spotlight you while you're doing it. And someone also asked another question you can answer while you're doing that.
Okay.
The question is, hang on. Andi, do you belong to any of the local guilds?
Yes. I do. I belong to Phoenix Modern Quilt Guild, and I belong to a chapter of Arizona Quilters Guild, and my local chapter is called Quilters Anonymous because we're all addicted.
So
Okay.
that guild is your guild?
Well, no, I'm a member of two different larger organizations. So the state guild is Arizona Quilters Guild, and my local chapter is Quilters Anonymous. And I didn't start these, I'm just a member of these larger organizations. And then Phoenix Modern Quilters is a local chapter of Modern Quilt Guild, which puts on QuiltCon every year. So those are the two groups, and these are in-person guilds, and you pay dues, and they run as 501(c) nonprofit organizations. So you have your business meeting, they bring in teachers and have programs to educate the membership and stuff. So they're fun to be a part of. And then I try to join Sean, the guy who sews, his Discord quilt group, if you want to count that as a guild too.
That Discord group's been quiet lately.
Yeah, people have been busy, I think.
Apparently, because there's not been much. I keep not. I'm really bad about Discord because I find Discord not user friendly, and because of that, I'm not as likely to pay attention to it as much. But I've been trying to lately a little bit. But
right.
I just because one of the things that some know about me and some don't know is a lot of these things, like Discord has its own app, Facebook has its own app, a bunch of things have its own app. I don't download any of the apps. I do everything from my browser on this laptop because I refuse to have all these darn apps on my laptop. And on my phone, I limit how many I have on my phone.
Yeah. That makes sense. Hey, could you spotlight my workspace?
Yes, let me switch.
And I'll
sorry.
Talk about this. It's kind of an elongated pinwheel. If you see, I started with my basic pinwheel in the center, and then I just matched up the dark fabric so that it made that parallelogram diamond type thing. And then I would fill in with solid fabric, the white here. And you could either cut the same size square, or you could make rectangles and put them, and then sew a parallelogram to a rectangle and then spin them around to make your long pinwheel.
Cindy says they are all beautiful. And then, hey, John, welcome. He says, well, I guess it would depend on what hemisphere you live on. Australia, the toilet spins the other way.
Right, having the water swirl the different. Yep.
And then Rita says, I thought about joining, but just not sure about it. Then she says, I think I am on like 7 different Discords, not including my own.
Yep.
And Cindy says, what is Discord? Is that a chat group affiliated with YouTube? Well, not exactly, but most people who are on Discord come from YouTube.
Right. Just because that's where we talk about the link.
Yeah. I think Discord started out being for gaming to start with.
So a lot of people that have live stream, because it's difficult when you're live streaming to also be chatting and typing messages to people. So Discord is like the separate message board for people that watch the lives.
It's just one more social media platform for you to keep up with. Just saying.
But now YouTube has the community post feature. So you can post on other people's channel, which you could, I mean, you could kind of do that before with comments and stuff, but
But I think they're allowing pictures, right? You know what? I can't
yes.
figure out how to turn mine on.
Um, you have to, and that's the other thing that YouTube is doing that's kind of screwy. I think you have to turn it on in an app. So like you would have
Well,
to
I
log
have,
into YouTube on your phone and
yeah,
not from your
I have both YouTube Studio and YouTube app on my phone, and I've looked on both of them, and I don't see where you turn it on at.
it's and I struggled with this and so I'm trying to remember how I did it to let you know. I think you just go to when you're on your channel up at the top it says view community. So usually you're looking across and it says like home videos, shorts, posts.
Oh, it says visit community.
Yeah, that's what you tap and that's the community part.
Okay.
So it's something that you don't necessarily have to turn on. It's just there. So start using it.
Um, I don't see where it tells me I can turn it on.
Hmm. We can
We
we
do it
can
offline. Yeah.
yeah, we can um
Yeah, because I was looking for it last night because I keep seeing everybody posting that they're turning theirs on, and I'm like, Kitty doesn't have hers on because she can't figure out how to turn the darn thing on.
yeah, I just like I said, I think it is really screwy that YouTube wants you to do part of it on an app on mobile and part of it on your desktop
Yeah.
because there's a way on your studio page on a laptop to go in and like do all the settings like hold comments and that stuff. So,
Mm-hmm. Discord, you can free voice, video, and text. Yeah, but like I said, I do not think that Discord is user friendly at all. You know, I said the same thing about Facebook. I came from my original social media was MySpace, and I loved MySpace because it worked a lot like a web page, and you could do whatever you wanted to it. Then when Facebook come along, I waited like several years for, and my kids kept pestering me, Mom, you need to get on Facebook and get off MySpace. No one goes on MySpace anymore, and we want to be able to talk to you, blah blah blah, you know. And I'm like, oh right. What I discovered was I couldn't set Facebook up the way I liked having my MySpace setup. It just wasn't
yeah.
the same.
Rita had and I'm going back to quilting. Rita had an interesting question when I had
Okay.
my um pinwheel, my long pinwheel set up. She asked, "What if we filled in with black instead of white?"
Yeah.
And that would mean you would just have these random triangles
Oh, got you.
if this was all black. So I mean, that would look kind of cool. You'd have this white pinwheel going in the center and then these other spaces, but you wouldn't get the same long pinwheel effect.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to choose which color is your background and then set up the block that way. So
Rita said she just wondered what it would look like.
yeah, no, that's the always that's what makes us artists is we are asking those what if questions.
Yep. And that's great. That's what we want to see. Um John says he couldn't put a video on Discord the last time he tried.
Yeah.
John says might look a little 1940s German too. Yikes.
Yep. Yeah, you do have to be careful sometimes with those pinwheel designs that you don't start looking at that kind of symbolism.
Well, someone saw my railroad crossing block from the 1,000 block. She
Mm-hmm.
says that looks like a swastika, and I'm like, and I'm looking at my block, and then I put it way away from me so I could see it, and I'm like, how do you see a swastika in that? I didn't get it.
Yeah. You have to be careful with rail fence blocks too. Those will bring up that imagery unintentionally as well, which is really sad because the if you look at some of the drawings, the graphic images that Native Americans used, you see it a lot in some of their ancient symbolism. That pattern was used like as a wind symbol.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Nazis took it over and ruined it for everybody.
Yep. I think at some point we all have to like put that part of history in a compartment, and then when we're creating something, just someone's still going to say it. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like we should limit our creativity just because I didn't see it. And a lot of times I'll hear someone say that looks like a swastika, and I'm like, and I'm not talking about mine. I've heard this remark before on other people's stuff, and I'm like, I don't even know what you think you see in that because I don't see it.
That was funny. When you said that, I did a short video a long time ago, a couple years ago now. And if you want to take up the spotlight, since we're just chatting,
Yeah, okay,
not other stuff. And I was showing a block that had some batik fabric, kind of like what I have hanging here behind me. And someone commented that they saw a demon face in the fabric. And I was like, well, I guess if you're looking for that. And so
yeah,
I was very happy as a YouTube creator because all of a sudden there were dozens of comments arguing back and forth whether or not they saw the face, which is great for
yeah,
me because it's more eyeballs. The more people comment, the more YouTube shows
yeah,
your video.
exactly. It does have its,
Controversy is good for
yeah.
business.
Okay, let me see here.
Yes, Cindy, we changed the view.
Rita says now I have to try to see what it looks like when she mentioned the color change.
Right, the
And
black
then,
background.
and then Rita also mentioned rail fence blocks make that symbol if you are not careful with color choosing. And then Cindy says the view change, not seeing Katie in the 4 screenshots. Oh, there she says, yay. Then Rita says people are going to see what they want to see. A few of my blocks, I actually on purpose made a section as part of the block to make sure it looked like eyeballs moving. Ha ha. Well, I don't know if you've seen this quilt or not, Andy. Quilt top, I'm sorry. Hang on a minute. Let me move my raspberry kisses so you can see it. I'm getting ready to put this this one that I'm fixing to show you. I saw a picture of this somewhere. And I'm like, I want to make a quilt. And I didn't have no measurements, no nothing. I just guessed. And everybody says this looks like an Indian, Native American symbolization of one of their symbols. Can you see it?
Yeah.
But I didn't think about it when I was doing it. I just wanted to see what would happen when I put blue with orange and use a gray background to make a modern quilt style quilt top.
Mm-hmm.
And it does look very modern.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm getting ready to decide upon a background or a backing for that one because it's time to go ahead and do a live quilting of that one. And I think I'm going to quilt it in diagonals instead of up and down and across.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I change my mind. I haven't learned how to free motion. I haven't learned how to free motion quilt yet. I'm afraid I will mess up my machine. Hey, check this out. You know how I always say I get things mixed up from time to time? I want you to look at this block.
Ooh, pretty.
But look at the back. I have the white turned the wrong direction.
Oh, no one will ever know. Do you know the quilter Bonnie Hunter?
No.
She was online and really popular when I started. And she's got tons of tips for scrappy quilts, but she always says you paid for both sides of the fabric, so you can use either one you want.
Oh, she has a point. I
And
had
I'm
thought of it
doing the
that
same
way.
thing because I have a tone on tone white in these
Uh-huh.
black and white blocks. And I
Yeah.
think I had my strip flipped the wrong way when I cut a few of my half square triangles. So some of them, and I was actually debating when I was cutting the fabric if I should leave, just use the wrong side, because sometimes when they print those white tone on tone, the
Hmm.
printed part like almost turns yellow. You
Yeah.
know what I'm talking about? It
Yep.
discolors a little bit over the years. And so I was like, well, maybe if I use the other side, the non-printed side, it'll just look better.
That's true. Might.
So I don't know. I did some of them face up and some of them face down. We'll see if anyone notices in the final product.
That'll be. Yeah. We'll have to test that theory out, huh? So, I have a question for you, all of y'all. Andy, I don't know if you knew about this, but me and Nikolai did a sewing challenge where he sewed something, and we used a jelly roll, and we split it in half, and he got half and I got half, and we ended up doing rail fences what we did,
Hmm.
and so on his there's sections where because he decided not to do any pressing the whole way through sewing it together. So when you look on the back of it, it's a bit of a hot mess, which is it's okay. It was his first time doing this, but I found a couple spots where it looks like he missed the stitch, so there's like an opening. Do you think that it would be offensive if I went and fixed all the flaws that need to be fixed? Because when you quilt it, you should not have a hole in the top. Or do you
Would
think that I should leave it as it is?
um I would think you would, would the offensiveness be that you are altering someone else's work?
Yeah, because that's what I would be doing, right?
Yeah, but I think I would see it as a collaboration. You want, you're helping that person get to a finished quilt. And like you said, you don't want holes in your finished quilt. So
Yeah, because he basically said he didn't want to quilt it, that I could do it. So I'm thinking if I'm going to quilt it, I definitely want to get the iron to it because he didn't press any of it. And I'm okay with that. He just wanted to, he was
right,
having fun and
the
he
experience, yeah.
he won the challenge because he got done first. But
Well,
I
sure,
just,
if you skip steps like that.
yeah, you know, he's the type of person that when you give him a job, he
Uh-huh.
gets it done.
Yep.
And I didn't know if my messing with it might, he's not a person that gets his feelings hurt. Actually, I don't know if anyone ever hurts his feelings because he's like this duck, it all rolls off the top of him.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to fix the miss stitches because we're going to use it as going when we go out to nature. We're going to use them as picnic quilts,
Right.
picnic quilts.
Yeah. So I would go ahead and, just count it as part of the quilting process, and you got to secure the layers.
John says, just ask Nikolai if you can fix the missed stitches. Yep, I can do that too.
Yep.
I just wondered if it was a territory that people should not be going across.
No, I think you're fine. Um, Rita said, back to our fabric discussion, that's why she likes batiks, because they're pretty much the same on both sides. And I
Yep,
agree. Batiks
yep.
are some of my favorite.
So these batiks right here, I'm fixing to press open. I got batik on one side and cotton on the other side. Now, why did I
Press
do
to the dark.
that? Yeah, I'm just wondering why, because normally I don't even mix my batiks with cotton. So I don't know what
Oh,
I was
see, I
thinking
mix
when
and
I done.
match all over the place.
Yeah, a lot of time I just now starting to get where I use cotton a little bit in some of my batik. Rita says it's no different. than when two people do the same quilt. Okay. I just didn't want him to be, like I said, he's not a person that gets his feelings hurt. But
Well, you're not doing it with, a mean spirit of,
yeah,
oh, you made this mistake and look at all the work I have to do to fix your mistake.
yeah, that's not,
You're trying to get to a useful product
yeah.
that will last.
Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate it. I'm not sure if you may join. Looks like, is it a membership? Is that what you did? I hope that's what you did because I can use the members.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to, it's weird. I can go into channels where people get super chats left and right and membership.
Mm.
And this channel's big enough to get both, but it doesn't happen. And I don't ask either because,
Right.
look who come in. She's coming in. Look who's here.
So, folks, this is my plan. I am going to use these black and white pinwheels as cornerstones, and then I'm going to do sashing, a two-tone sashing that matches the colors of the pinwheel.
That'll look great.
Yeah, I like that.
Andi, meet Teresa. Teresa,
Hi.
meet Andi.
Hi,
And
Teresa.
Teresa is also a channel creator and quilter. And I'll let her, tell her about yourself a little bit, and everybody in the chat will get to hear it at the same time.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Andi.
Yes.
Yeah, my name's Teresa Louise. I Quilt Too is my channel. And yeah, I'm a quilter. I like to collage quilt too. And I do some long arming and arts and crafts, cross stitch. I can't remember the name.
Crochet. I know you crochet.
Crochet. Yeah. Thanks, Katie. It was in there somewhere in my brain, and sometimes words just disappear, and it takes a minute for them to come back. Anywho, yeah. So that's me, and a friend with Katie, and I come on here every now and then with her to visit.
Nice. Yeah, I was delighted. I usually do my lives solo, so it's been very nice to have company.
I have to say that I don't like doing solo lives anymore.
Yeah, it's a little difficult because it's kind of like talking to yourself,
Yeah.
even though you're talking to the people in the chat, but
Yep.
when I first started doing lives, it was really uncomfortable, and I always felt like I had to keep talking, and try to find something to talk about.
It is kind of just rambling sometimes, if you don't have anybody in the comments giving you something to talk about, asking questions.
Right. And I have well, I look forward to the people like in the comments that will bring up a subject or ask a question, and it's like, oh, right, somebody asked a question. Yay.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I would love it if people ask questions.
Yeah.
And
I'm also using, go ahead.
Let me interrupt. Speaking of questions, y'all keep asking them.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I use my Wednesday live is like my dedicated sewing time to actually get stuff done. So it's very much a project narration. So one of my ongoing projects that I have to get back to because it's been neglected for about 6 weeks is my temperature quilt. I am recording the temperatures, and I've got them matched to different fabric colors for Phoenix.
I am totally enjoying Phoenix. And it's funny that you're doing Phoenix too.
So you're doing a quilt that looks like a phoenix, or
Yeah.
No, I'm just doing
oh,
triangles for the high and low temperature each day,
oh, okay.
and then putting them into rows. Um, but
Speaking of,
I haven't touched it since early May, so I've got a ways to go. And now
Oh, yeah.
everybody's laughing at me because we're gonna have like the solid red that I chose for the 110 for lots of triangles of the same color.
um,
Oh, are you in Phoenix, Arizona?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
Teresa, can you
Yeah.
show? I'm going to spotlight you real quick because Rita says, Teresa Louise, I kept looking for that horse but never seen it finished, just wondering. So I'm going to spotlight you so you can show them where you are on your horse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm a long way from being done with this horse. Extremely. So the horse is, let me see, Katie, if I can flip my camera and
Okay.
yeah, I can. Let's see.
Do you want to bring another camera up to do it?
I don't have another camera.
Okay.
Okay, I found the flip button there, so still didn't work though. Okay,
There we go. Oh, look at there.
there we go.
You do
Oh,
have
So
a way to go. Wow.
yeah,
That's awesome.
actually, you can't. I don't know if you can see it too good, but I got some of this done in there yesterday, so it's all light colors,
Wow.
and um, this is the black and white, and it's called the horse, and it is put a pattern by Emily Taylor, collage quilter. Here's her colored photo.
That's really cool.
And this is 36 by 47. So it's, pretty big. I have part of it rolled up. And okay, I did something new. I have to tell you, this is pretty funny. I think you guys will get a kick out of this. I did have a small piece of glass that I got from a picture frame, and that's what I was using. But it just, so I can see the pattern, right? I put a light on here, and then I can see the pattern through the parchment paper. All right, so that wasn't big enough. So yesterday I went and took the window out of my the bedroom over here. I took the the window pane, there's double windows. One is the window for winter,
Yeah.
you know. Anyway, so now I have this great big piece of glass, and the horse fits on it. Let me slide it up and I'll turn that light on so you can kind of see what it looks like. And I think it's going to work a lot better.
Yeah, looks like it.
I have a couple of different lights that I'm using. So there. So the horse almost fits over the whole thing. All right. And you see that?
Yeah. You have a cool setup there for that.
Yeah, so this works. I think this is going to work out much better than what I was doing before. So
Yeah, definitely
Okay.
works.
I'll flip it back around.
Okay. Andy, don't you think it's cool that how we have all y'all designing creators doing things that shows different aspects of what you
Yeah.
can do to make a quilt or an art quilt? You know, I was telling my daughter that my oldest daughter, who is the artist in the family, and now I have a granddaughter that has the same skill set she does. I told Lynette, I said, you know, you need to learn how to paint on fabric because I bet you could turn that into a business where you could stay at home instead of working. And you know, because that's where fabric designers come from.
Yep. That is for sure. And there's so many, like I was saying earlier, I don't enjoy applique, but there's so many gorgeous techniques and
Yeah.
patterns, and Teresa Louise with her collage that's, it may not be something that I want to do myself, but it is so interesting to see her project and process and her gorgeous results. So
I think the next when I
Thank
go
you.
to the I think when I go to the States next year, I'm gonna have my daughter draw. She draws these daisies where when you look at them on the paper, they look two-dimensional. I don't know how she makes that happen, but she's always been able to do flowers that way. And I think I'm gonna have her make some bigger ones so that I can come back and figure out how to either applique or or maybe do what Teresa's doing and get someone to teach me how to do that what she's doing. And maybe I could do it like that with her flowers because I think that would be a good way to honor Lynette's artistic talent that she has. Because we both seem to love to use color a lot. So
yep.
all right, there's some comments in the chat that I need to catch up with. Let me see here.
Hi, Brenda.
John said that Bonnie got him into quilting along with Cindy Peters, and I don't know either person. And then Rita says temperature quilts for Southern Arizona would be solid red. And Rita says she says, oh wow, I love it. It's nice. All is a truth. All it is true though. And Pam says it's amazing. Talking about Teresa stuff. And let me see here. Hey Brenda Foley, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. And
Hey,
then
Brenda.
Rita says that would not be hard as you could print them out onto fabric.
The daisies, I think, the
The
flowers.
daisies, yeah. I I I thought while I was in the United States, I don't know if there's such a place. Maybe one of y'all know. And someone did ask me about my coming to the United States. I would like to learn how to paint on fabric, and no, not with thread. I'm talking about paint, because that's a new thing going on these days. People painting on fabric, and I wondered if there was if art. You know, you have like Lynette's took me to painting in a twist. It's a little company, a little small business where you go in and you do an oil painting based on whatever that person has you paint. And so I have an oil painting that I had never oil painted in my life. And Lynn took me on a treat to do that so we could do it together as a mom and daughter thing. And I really enjoyed it. So I was wondering maybe there's such a thing as someone teaching how to paint on fabric.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos out there that teach that.
Yeah, a friend of mine, her name is Kay and her business is OK Quilts. And I think she has an online class because she does a lot of painting on quilts. So yeah, OHKAYE.
Uh-oh, where'd you go? There it is. Oh, OH. Got it. Then
Oh,
KAYE.
okay.
Yeah, OK and KAYE as a girl's name.
I gotta write that down.
Okay, I wrote that down too because I'm gonna go investigate that one because I want to learn because I think it's another way of learning to do something cool that you can turn into a quilt.
Katie, you know Jean from Captain Stitches?
Yeah.
She does crayons on fabric,
Hmm.
and she has a few videos of that. Also, I use ink tints,
Hmm.
pens, pencils, pens.
Yeah, that's a
Uh,
popular option.
yeah, and
I
that's like what you would use, what I would use on this collage if I wanted to
To make it
do
more
some
colorful.
extra shading or something like that.
Okay.
and I
So,
told you guys how I don't do applique. I actually used crayons to do the lettering on my True Blue Quilts banner behind me. So those letters were outlined in thread and then crayon.
John says, Katie, you should check out some of the thread painters. They do 3D looking flowers. Okay, I'll have to check on that. And then okay, let me.
Chalk paint is another suggestion.
I wonder if you can use
oh,
pastels on fabric.
I'm sure you can because a painter's canvas is a type of
Yeah,
fabric. So it's just I think it's just the finishing of it. Are you going to stitch over it? Are you going to just use the fabric as, you know, as the basic canvas, and then do you need to put some kind of sealer on top of it? Or
yeah. I wonder how you seal it in place. That's the interesting question of the day. Or how
yeah,
do you seal crayons into fabric?
you
well,
iron it.
yeah, you iron them and then the wax melts into the fabric. So
Yeah,
Oh, so it's similar to tie dyeing, kinda,
yeah.
kind of.
or the same.
Well, tie dyeing, you don't usually use wax.
Unless you wanted
Batiks,
to do some kind of resist.
yeah,
Yeah. Or what I meant was similar to batiks. That's right. With tie
right,
dye, we didn't use wax. Now that you mentioned it.
right. Batiks are kind of like tie dye, and that, you know, the design that you get, but the purpose of the wax is to prevent the color from going onto certain places.
Right.
I believe that. I mean, I could be wrong, but
But see, I
uh,
seem to recall you. I think you heard me talking about this when I was in
or
elementary
maybe it
school.
sets it in.
Yeah. When
I
I
don't
was
know.
in elementary school, down in South Florida, we did tie dye, but we painted on fabric and we used wax in parts of it to cover up a certain color so that when we changed colors, that color that was covered up by the wax wouldn't be polluted by the other color.
Right.
It was so long ago, I don't remember all the steps to it, but I have memories of it because I did a horse. And then we moved up to North Florida and my artistic thing went down the toilet because my dad didn't like it. There's a lot of things my dad didn't like. Let's see. Pam says she used Tricom fabric paints in the 1990s. And then Brenda says she took fabric painting class with Creative Feet. Oh my, I forgot her name. Then Pam says there is a fabric additive that you add to acrylic paints. Okay, I didn't know that. So
Oh,
this
I
might
didn't
be
know that.
something my daughter might even know. Because I told Lynette, I said, when I come next time, we should go to an art store to see if we could find a way to buy paints to do on fabric and do something at her house. Because I would like to get her, she hasn't picked up a brush in a long time.
Yeah, me neither.
So she's been so busy with raising a baby and working for because she's a surgical tech. So she's always doing doing life. So she's kind of put her paintbrushes down. And I'm like, you should not do that because it's hard to get back to doing it. I know that when I first got married and a few months later, I was pregnant. I was still painting ceramics at the time, especially on greenware, because I really liked painting on greenware over bisque. And when I had Lynette, I set aside painting because I was consumed by her. And you know what? I never went back to doing it. And I should have because I loved it.
Yeah,
All
that's like my biggest regret is putting my paints down and for too long and not picking them
yeah,
back up.
yep. That's something we all should not do if we can help it.
Yeah,
We should teach the next generation, don't put your brushes down. Try to make, even if it's 15 minutes a week doing it, at
right.
least you're dabbling and you're using your brain to remember how to do all that stuff. I keep having pop-ups over here. Okay.
Art was my favorite subject in school.
I liked art too. You know what else I liked? It was taking the shop class.
Yeah, shop class. Boy, the
I,
rain is really coming down. If I just disappear, Katie, you know what happened, right?
yep, yep. You'll be trying to get a generator up.
Yeah.
How long did you end up running your generator last night?
It the power stayed off until about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Gosh, that's a long while.
Yeah, but Brandon's CPAP works just fine on a generator, so
Well, that's
I
good.
mean that's my biggest concern is him being able to sleep. And I actually slept really good. I think having all of the background noise off in the house,
Made it easier to sleep because you could hear the
yeah,
rain.
I slept great. From 2 o'clock until 8 o'clock, I did not wake up one time.
Wow.
I know. I was shocked because normally I like at least 4 times, wake up. And that's like to move because I get to hurting. So so that was really nice. But I was really, really super stiff
Oh, I'll bet.
because I must have stayed in one spot, the whole night. So I was pretty stiff. But I'm glad I slept. I'll take it.
Lisa Capin Quilts does some crayon painting on blocks.
Oh yeah, yeah, she does.
A lot
That
of
lady
I don't
is
even know. And then Brenda mentioned someone called Claire Rowley.
Claire. Oh, I don't know her.
Well, I don't know any of them.
Well, I know Lisa. Oh, that woman is pretty talented. She does a lot of
Rita
stuff.
Rita says just like with applique, you can put plastic wrap all the way around the applique, then use parchment paper and iron over it, and the applique is permanent. Then I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not an applique person, not yet anyway. John says got one of the in-home gas powered generators. Hardly know when the power goes off now. It was all the time before, sucked going and getting that generator going. John says needed it for a sump pump so that the basement didn't flood. And then Rita says that is exactly why we have a Predator 13,000-watt generator. I think a lot of people are getting where they're getting generators so that they don't have to deal with power outages as much.
Yeah, we we wish we would have installed a in-home generator like that. But I'm not going to do it now because we still want to move. So,
How's your triangle? How's your sewing going, Andi?
I've got quite a few of my black and white pinwheels.
Yay.
Just need a couple more, so moving right along.
Here is Lisa's. Okay. I think I'm gonna do that.
Okay, I brought the chat up.
And
Look.
Rita gave you Lisa's YouTube channel if you want to bookmark it.
Okay, I'm looking. You dropped it up here somewhere? Or you mean on your channel? Andi,
Pardon?
would you repeat what you just said?
I said Rita dropped a link to Lisa Cappen's YouTube
Okay.
channel.
Okay, got you. Okay. Rita says we have had our generator for many years as we used it when we were selling Christmas trees, pumpkins, and fireworks in the 80-foot by 120-foot pavilion tent. Anyone want to ask Andi any more questions? We need more questions.
Can you put Andy's channel in there so I can go
Yes,
look at it,
I can.
please?
Yep. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any of you that haven't gone over to Andi's channel or Teresa's channel, go over and subscribe.
Yeah, I normally come on a live around 2 o'clock on Sundays.
Yep.
Oh, hey, I'm not subscribed. I will subscribe.
You just got another subscriber. Yay.
5 jelly roll friendly patterns. Okay, I'm gonna watch that.
Sometimes you have a great idea, but I made that video, what, 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, it says 3 years ago. It must get a lot of views because it's the first one that comes up.
How many views?
I think some fabric company had it linked at some point, and I got it. That's why I have as many subscribers as I do, is because somehow the YouTube algorithm smiled on me.
You have 114,000 views on that video.
I know, on that one video.
Wow.
So
yeah. And you come on Wednesdays live?
Yeah, Wednesday afternoons for me, evening on the East Coast. Yeah, and I'm just working. I rotate through a variety of projects. Like I mentioned, temperature quilt will come up. I do cotton cuts, mysteries. So I work on those during my lives, and then just whatever other, because I've got dozens of projects that have not been finished. So I'm trying to start a project and see it through fairly quickly. But then, like today, I found some random blocks and started a whole new quilt. So
I don't think either one of us were planning to start something random.
I know.
I was going to work on Tulip Pink, and then I had this urge. I'm like, I want to mess with some of these scraps today.
Yeah.
So we're doing scrappy stuff today.
So my first pinwheel turned out nice and square with no trimming. And then this one has major stair steps on.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I have one over there like that. I got to fix it.
We'll see how I do on those. Cut off
funny
some
how
dog
sometimes
ears and
one of them just gets wonky on you, you know?
Yep.
Rita says we used to have one that was portable. We did put wheels on it. They were so heavy. We have a tilting trailer to load it up on. Now you got these new generators that you just have to charge them up or use solar panels, which I think is very cool.
Yeah, we have my husband worked on a minivan and converted it into a little 2-person camper.
Mm-hmm.
So he put solar panels on the roof, and we've got a generator inside. So we went camping last weekend and we were watching movies on the on the DVD player.
And no noise from a generator, right?
Right.
My dad had a generator, but the noise never really bothered me, but I know some people can't stand the noise. I told Nikolai we need to get us a solar battery backup too, for a couple reasons. One, we can use it for camping.
Yeah.
And the other reason would be when we do lose power, we can plug the freezer and refrigerator into it. We don't lose power all that often. But this past year, we had 3 power outages, which is very rare considering our electricity comes from the hydropower. So I don't know what, I think we were getting a lot of wind that, like, for several days it went on. We was getting what it was is we were being hit by a bitter rock. And then it was also, at some point, the bitter rock went from bitter rock with a blizzard mixed together. So it was dumping a ton of snow, and the snow was wet and sticking to everything. And I think that might have been what triggered the outage. Look who's alive and well over here whining. Can you hear her?
Yeah.
Right on clockwork, huh? Really?
Rita is saying she's got a 30-foot and a 40-foot trailer RV
Wow.
set up. That's too big for me. I'll stick with my little 13-foot or 12-foot camper. My in-laws had a 30-foot RV that they took up to Colorado for several summers in a row, and I am not a good passenger on our freeways in going up to the mountains in a family vehicle. I would be a nervous wreck in a RV.
Are campers expensive to buy these days?
The big RVs are very
Well, I
expensive.
knew the RVs are, but I'm talking about one you would pull behind a truck.
I haven't seen those prices. So we literally took our old Dodge Caravan minivan, took the back seats out and put
Oh, got ya.
beds and tables in it. So
There are times when I'm like, I wish we just had us a camper that we could rent a truck and pull behind the truck, but actually own the camper part of it. So when we come to the United States, instead of using a hotel all the time.
yeah.
Because I tend to I tend to spend about 12 weeks in the United States. The last time I didn't, I think I was only there, I want to say 8 weeks. And you know what? That adds up after a while.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does.
Now,
Well, it has been wonderful spending the afternoon with you, but I am going to sign off and get some of my other Saturday chores done. So this was just great. Thanks so much for having me on your channel, and I will contact you soon so we can do it all again over on my side.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you for coming, Andi. And one more time, I want you to tell them about your channel and when you go live and all that kind of stuff so we can remind everybody. And
Sure.
then, yeah.
I'm Andi from Blue Quilts, and I love to share my scrappy quilt creations on YouTube, usually Wednesday afternoon, evening live times. You can find me on my website, True Blue Quilt. I am a pattern designer, and I have a quilt along starting in July, and look for new patterns coming this fall. So thanks everybody for your support and for hanging out with us. It has been a grand time, and I'll see you soon.
I have enjoyed it. And thank you so much for
Nice to
agreeing
meet
to do
you.
this. It's been
Yeah,
good
nice to meet you
know
too, Teresa. Happy quilting.
Yep. See you later. Okay, John says, Rita, I still have, wait a minute. Something changed because there was something up here.
Nora.
Oh, look at that. That looks great.
So, Brenda, are you doing anything fun on your vacation?
You know who I'm going to have to go take care of, right?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Really, Nora? Let me go feed. I'll be right back, y'all. A certain whiny butt's making racket.
Her wants her dinner
Yep.
right now. I'll go look at the comments in a second. Let me get a couple of pieces on here. Oh, I should have put that one down there.
Okay. That should keep her quiet for a while. Maybe. At least Katie only has one. I have 5 dogs and they get the cats to going. Makes it sound like a big concert, haha. Yeah, I could just about imagine. Rita says, Katie, Nora is so cute. Nora is starving, haha. Yeah, she always acts like she's starving. You would think I never take care of my dog.
Oh, Brenda's going to the Quilts retreat.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in St. Louis. Awesome.
I wish retreats weren't so expensive. I would love to go to one, but by the time, it's expensive already traveling. And then every time I've seen, like, I would love to do the cotton cut ones, but I just can't swallow $2,000.
No, me neither.
Not
That's
even
a
a
lot.
thousand. Not
That's
even
a
a
lot.
thousand. Yeah, go ahead.
That's
Sorry.
a lot of fabric. That's a lot of
Sure
fabric.
is. Buy lots of fabric for that, or a new machine even. Well, maybe a sort of new machine.
I mean, I can understand the cost if it's including your room and board and all that, because hotels and stuff like that are so expensive.
Mm-hmm. The one that
But
Becca and Ian's putting on, that one's even way out of my reach.
oh, they're going on the cruise one.
Yeah, and it's $3,000, and that does not include the sewing together part.
Yeah, no thanks.
Unless you share a room with someone, but you're still going to pay $1,500 if you go in halves. And I just think that that's just,
I have actually no desire to be on a cruise ship.
I've never been on one, so I wouldn't know.
I haven't either, but
I think it's a germ factory, so I would have problems with that. I learned the hard way when I went to QuiltCon last year. I didn't get sick from QuiltCon, but when we ate, I made a terrible choice to take my daughter to Cheesecake Factory, and within hours I was sick.
Oh, really?
Yep. Lynette and Christine said that they could hear me coughing about 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the time I got up that morning, Christine was knocking on my door asking me if I was okay. And I said something like, I don't feel so good. And I felt like I was having trouble breathing a little bit. And I decided not to, because I didn't go to this was a Sunday morning when I woke up like that. And I said, well, I don't think I'm going to QuiltCon. I can tell you that, because I'm not going to go infect whatever it is I caught. And by the time we got to, because Lynette drove up, so we drove all the way from North Carolina back down to North Florida. By the time we got to Lake City, I thought I was going to die, because I was running a high fever, and for like an hour, like 2 hours before we got home, I was shivering so bad. And so she got me checked into a hotel, and then I only had to stay in the hotel that one night once, because I was waiting to get into an Airbnb that I had prepaid for, and I ended up calling getting the online doctor. I forget what they're called. It was something that Sean suggested, because I didn't have any insurance to see a doctor with, and because within 3 days I could feel crackling in my chest, and I knew what that was. So I caught influenza, because we tested me 5 times for COVID. It wasn't COVID, but by day 4 I had pneumonia, the early stages of it. And I'm like, great, pneumonia again. So I guess from here on out, I'm just going to be getting pneumonia left and right from influenza, unless I can catch it quick enough. And you can't exactly catch it quick enough, because the signs are not there until you feel it. Either you can't A, breathe because you're an asthmatic, or B, you start hearing a crackling. And that crackling is always a sign of fluid in the lungs. Very scary stuff.
Yeah.
See, because I knew I had pretty much, while I was at QuiltCon, been pretty mindful of everyone, and if I thought someone was sick, I avoided them like the plague. And the other thing is I, like, the first day we went, me and Christine mostly did all the vendors first, and I would make sure that wherever I was at, I wasn't being crowded, people in my space.
Right.
And then when I started looking at the quilts, I started at the back of the pavilion instead of at the front where everybody else was at. And back there in the back, by starting at the back, there was no one back there. And I had time to take pictures and do some videos, and and I didn't have to worry about people making me sick. But I don't know what I was thinking when I wanted to go to Cheesecake, because when we waited an hour and a half to get in there, and then they put us in this little bitty area we were like kind of stuck in a corner, and there was people all around us where you couldn't do anything. Myra has a question. Hey, Myra. Wait a minute. Let me back up. I missed something. Hey, Vicky Bush. And Myra says, hello, just a quick check-in. Hey, sissy. Yes, tomorrow, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, which would be 3:30 Central Standard Time, if you're on Standard Time, Myra. Brenda Foley says, tea nor Donnas are that expensive. And John says, I know a museum that holds a retreat for hand crank and treadles in Switzerland, expensive on Lake Constance on a paddle wheel ship. That sounds like fun. And then Rita says, I was only like 45 minutes from QuiltCon here in Phoenix, but it costs. Yeah, I hear staying at Phoenix in a hotel is really crazy price. And Brenda says, that's too deep for me. And then Rita says, I would not go on a cruise ship. Way too many people would not have to invest. I would have to invest in alcohol to spray all the time. Yeah, there's that. Because people don't wash their hands like they're supposed to. She says, hey, sis, I need to go. Please check your. Yeah, okay. She might have already missed my answer. Hang on, y'all. Let me go answer her real quick.
Okay. So Rita, yes, I'm using fabric. This is a fabric collage. Yeah. Hey Vicky, how are you doing? Oh, this is Brenda's first retreat. Expecting a good time. Fun. I have heard that T Quilts retreats are a lot of fun.
Brenda says, I've made payments going to Donna's in October in Tennessee. I'll drive there. Have fun. You know what Nora's doing right this minute? She's thanking me by licking my ankle.
Oh, Brenda says she made payments for the retreat. And then she's going to Donna's retreat in October in Tennessee. But she's going to drive to. Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah. Tennessee will be beautiful.
Yeah, I love Tennessee.
I want to go to Tennessee during the fall so I can see the fall color.
Yeah.
I've been, going to QuiltCon's been putting me in the United States in the spring. Normally, I don't go to the United States until the fall. Or I go, let's see, if Nikolai's going to be at sea for Christmas, I would fly to California in October and then fly to the East Coast after that. Or I would go to the East Coast and then to California and then come back home in January. But this last two times have been coming in the spring. I prefer doing it in the fall. It's not so hot. Rita says, I don't like their licky tongues. I don't mind her licking my ankle. Doesn't bother me. Now, would I let her lick me in the face? No.
I don't like them to lick my hand, the top of my hand.
Yeah, I don't like her licking my hands
I
either.
don't like it.
I agree with you on that.
I don't know why, I don't like it.
I don't know. I think it's because we touch our face. Maybe that's why. I don't know. But it doesn't bother me when she does my ankles. It's just her way of saying thank you.
I actually had to train Willa not to lick because when I first got her, she was like she just
very lickety.
Oh God, yeah.
I think this licking thing is a Dotson trait too, about licking the ankles when you feed them.
Yeah.
Because Ichi did the same thing when when she was alive. But I didn't want Coda licking me at all, not even my ankles. Something about big dogs and tongues. Or it was just him. But he spent an extraordinary amount of time of licking something else. And I'm like, no, you're not licking me. Sorry. So now that she's had her food, now she's attacking her ball. And then she'll go and pass out afterwards. Shepherds and Bull Mastiffs, they have slobbery licks. So nope. Yeah, I didn't want my German Shepherd licking me. No, thank you.
Yeah, they're probably going for the salt, but what they're going to get is hand lotion.
Very
Right?
true.
Uh,
Rita says, "Oh, come on, Katie. Hot is not so bad. You just go move your bed into a deep freeze. Ha ha. Hey, I'll go to anywhere that's hot as long as there's an air conditioner involved.
right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
because as long as I can turn the cool, when I stay at Chris's place in California, in the mother-in-law apartment, which is attached to the house, well, that house it had two air conditioning systems outside, and I don't know what happened, but the one that runs the apartment died. So I told him, I said, there's no way that I can stay in that room as hot as it was, because I knew it was going to make me sick. Because when I get too hot, I get sick, feel like I'm going to throw up. And you know what he did? He went and bought a portable air conditioner and put it in the window. I'm like, hey, that worked. I don't care. As long as I can keep it semi-cool, that's all I cared about. And I didn't run it all the time, only because at nighttime you could practically turn it off and just run the ceiling fan. Because at nighttime in Hanford, it's not that hot. The temperature would drop down to like 70 something, and that to me is doable weather. Okay, now I got all these little red squares done. Let's see what I'm going to do, because these are going to be tiny. Because these are 1.5, I think. Yep, these are 1.5. So I'm just going to do these like I did the ones that I did yesterday. We're just going to line them up like this, and no pinwheels for these. Let's see how big of a block I can make with this. Oh, and I need to, oh, I forgot to do something. 70 is cold, sorry, but it is. Yeah, I don't think it's cold. I am in a lower split level. Yeah, concrete floors are different. I don't wear shoes at all, except when I go to the store.
Yeah, I like barefoot.
My mother, because she would buy us, well, yeah, all of us shoes, but when she'd buy me shoes, and I would sneak out the door without shoes on, and I would come back in the house and she'd say, "Why don't you have your shoes on?" "Because they hurt my feet." That was my excuse. It was because I just did not like to wear shoes, because most shoes don't fit a child that has wide feet like their mother. And so if she bought me flip flops or sandals, I'd wear those. And then when I was 12 years old, I wore a size 10 shoe. So the kids at school would pick on me.
Size 10?
Size 10 at 12 years old.
How tall are you?
5'6".
Wow.
And I still wear a size 10. I think the fact that I didn't wear shoes might have had something to do with that. Maybe.
Huh.
I don't know. I got these big feet, but I was only like 4 foot something with these big feet. So it's this little tiny girl with huge feet.
So you were a hobbit?
Yeah, I didn't start. I didn't hit 5 foot until I hit the 9th grade.
I'll be darned.
It was weird. I had all these huge feet, but I was very short. And then during my high school years, that's when I started getting taller. My dad was 5'11", and my mother was 5'3". Now my youngest sister is 5'11", and my brother is 5'7", which is interesting. And my middle sister, she's 5'3". And none of them. Now my brother has big feet, but Karen, I think, doesn't have as big of a foot as I do, even though she's taller.
Hmm.
So maybe, I don't know, maybe my asthma stunted my height because it was so bad. That might be why I didn't grow like most kids did. Because when you hit that time in life for women, most of them do it in their like 12 or 13. I was 17 when I had mine.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I was like 12.
Yeah, my sisters were 12 and 13 when they did. Hey, Gwendolyn, or yeah, Geraldine says a hobbit.
I meant that in the most loving way possible, too, because I actually love The Hobbits, the
Yeah,
show.
me too. I think they're so cool.
They're so friendly and kind people.
Yep. Laugh out loud. Brenda says, laugh out loud, Rita. I told just last night that in 8th grade I was I was 5'5" and 5 inches. Now I'm 5'4".
Yeah, that's funny, Brenda, because when I was 12 years old, let's see, 5th or 6th grade, I was 5'5.5", and I had to wear a bra, and I never grew any more than that. Even my chest, I was this, been the same size. Well, I am heavier now than I used to be, but like I used to wear a size 7 shoes. Now I wear an 8. And I'm probably 5'5" or less now too. But yeah, I used to be the tallest one in my class.
Wow.
And of course, I got teased about, having to wear a bra.
I remember the time I went to church camp, the first time I went to church camp, all these girls, because you put in your age group, and all these girls were already in their womanhood. And it embarrassed me that I wasn't, you know. So I would go and get dressed in the bathroom. And they're all walking around like it's nobody's business to walk around, nude.
Right. Oh, I hated that.
And I'm like, oh, they see me, they're going to think I'm not old enough to even be in their same. And I was old enough. I just didn't look like it.
My younger sister was like that. She didn't start puberty stuff until she was 16.
Yep.
I need to run down and turn my crock pot down.
Okay.
I'll be
I'll
right
be
back.
here when you get back. My neck is bothering me today for some weird reason. Well, looks like I can get a 4x4 on this set of half triangles. All right, let me see what I can do about sewing them. I kind of think I should put the iron to them though, as I press the seam open. Kids are so mean. I hated grade school. I had mine at age 9, and combined with top part was not small, so kids teased me about, yeah. I often wonder why parents didn't teach kids to be more respectful. I really dislike bullies. So I'm going to set these over here and put the heat on them.
Oh boy, that soup smells good. That smells good and tastes good.
What kind of soup are you making?
I made beef barley.
Oh, yum. I've never had barley, but I bet it tastes good.
Yeah, it's good.
When Nikolai comes home this next go around, I'm going to make bean soup. Because I didn't get around to it this go around. I was on my you make the soup kick.
Yeah, I love soup. And since it's been 50 the last 2 days, perfect soup weather.
Yep.
Oh, and I made a huckleberry cheesecake today too. Oh my God.
Was it good?
Oh yes. It is very good.
Teresa, have you ever watched the YouTube channel called Good Simple Living?
Simple living?
It's called Good Simple Living.
No.
They live in Idaho and they bought, I think it's 35 acres or something like that. And they have mountains, I think, on 2 sides of their property. And in the wintertime, I guess they have an outdoor webcam and it constantly catches northern lights from up there. But they're kind of an amazing family. I don't always sometimes there's things that they talk about I don't agree with, but for the most part they're a really cool family.
Huh, I'll look it up.
She just gave birth to a baby at 42 years old.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. That's baby number 5, I think. But the oldest one just turned 18 and graduated this past year. And then the youngest one, I think, before she had the baby, is he's either 10 or 11, I think. So this was an unexpected thing, this new baby, because they hadn't had any kids for 10 years, 10 or 11 years, something like that. And she had the baby at home. But I guess from when they were talking about having the baby at home, I guess she's had all her kids at home.
Did she get a midwife or something?
Yeah, midwife came whenever she went into active labor to make sure everything went okay. And my oldest daughter had Ava at home too. She just, and I know why Lynn did it, because when I was in labor with Lynn, I was in labor with her for 32 hours. And part of the reason was because I wouldn't let them do a C-section. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And they had all this medication running through me to control my asthma. And I just, for whatever reason, I didn't want them doing that. And what made the labor so long is part of it, I think, is genetics. And the other part of it is because of the medication they had going through my IV. One particular one, aminophylline, which is the big guns for asthmatics, along with prednisone, but they were using aminophylline because that's what was keeping my lungs open. And the secondary side effect to aminophylline is it slows dilation. It doesn't slow the labor, it just slows dilation. So they ended up giving me something to dilate me with, and it was I guess it was contradicting the other medicine. Rita, so Rita, you watch Good Simple Living? I didn't know that. Look at there, someone else that follows them. I've been following them now. I started following them like I don't know, 2 or 3 months after they moved to Idaho, and they were living in the camper. And I'm like, I don't know how you could have that many people in one little tiny space. It's a wonder they didn't kill one another. And then they built a tiny home inside the pole barn, and that's where they lived for however long it took them to finally get their house finished. I don't remember how long. I think 2 years it took them, because they built most of the house by themselves, except for the roof and the foundation. Somewhat, they paid someone to do that part of it. Now they're building a pond and some kind of rock wall.
They have a lot of subscribers.
Yes, they do.
My mom, the longest she was in labor, and she had 5 kids, okay,
Mm-hmm.
was an hour and 15 minutes.
Wow, that's not very long. Lucky her. Can y'all see the design? No, when did my camera go off? Well, isn't that something? And here I thought everybody was seeing what I was doing. Guess not.
Hi, Rose.
This phone irritates me. Maybe it's getting close to me needing to get a camera. So I
Oh,
quit
I'm
using the
back.
phone.
Okay. Am I back?
Yeah,
There
there you are. Yeah, I lost my
Yeah,
secondary.
am I still there? Okay, there I am.
Yep, you're here.
Well, I froze for a minute. Yeah, so when she had me, it was like 45 minutes. And she said she got to the hospital and she told him, I'm having a baby. I'm having this baby. It's coming right now. And the nurse is like, it's not coming now. Just calm down. But my mom knew, and they were nuns, you know.
Oh,
And I guess my mom was cussing them out, saying the F word.
I could only
So they
imagine.
they gave her a like a tranquilizer or whatever to calm her down, and it knocked her out. And so when she woke up, I was born. She was pissed.
I'll bet she was.
Oh my God, she was so mad because then it turned out I was the only one she didn't get to see born.
Brenda
But
missed
she
out
was,
on you talking about your glass for your horse. She's asking, did you get different glass for your horse? And then Rita says, Katie, I sent
oh,
you directions on putting Google on Kindle. I got that email, and after my lives tomorrow night, I'll mess around with that. Hey, Jody, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you.
hi, Jody.
Did anyone else come in that I didn't say hi to? You know what? One of the things that would happen to me when I would go into surgery, and the doctors always showed concern about it, is because, surgery rooms and pre-surgery rooms are extremely cold.
Yeah,
And, they come in and they do some sedation right before they take you in to do the anesthesia. And when I would lay down, and because I was cold, my blood pressure would be lower than most normal people. And the doctor would be like, have you always been like this? I'm like, yep. And they said, well, we're going to keep an eye on that. And it never caused a problem. The problem I had was when you first woke me up, the first thing I would say is, I can't breathe. And it was because of being asthma and panicking.
right.
Because it's very disorienting when you first wake up from anesthesia.
Yeah, I know. I've had 8 surgeries. I've been there. I
Um,
know.
for some reason, the minute I felt my chest feeling tight, I would just like go into panic mode, you know.
Yeah.
Part of the trauma of being an asthmatic, I guess, and almost dying from it several times. Like the night before. Go ahead. You still there? Uh-oh, she froze again. I hope that's not signaling the weather fixing to take her out. Oh, there she is. What were you going to say? Because we missed out.
Okay. Yeah, I keep freezing.
Yep.
Okay, am I back? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I was just going to answer Brenda's question. Brenda, yeah, I took a window. What do you call it when it's the weather window?
It's the
Storm
inside
window.
window, right?
The storm window.
Yeah, storm window. Yeah, that's
Storm
it.
window. I took the storm window out of the bedroom, and it is like, well, this horse is supposed to be 36 by 47, so it's almost as big as the horse. And it's working great. And I have it angled, propped up on an easel, which it is like, I don't know if it's very stable, but it's working. And then I have a couple of those really long lights,
Mm-hmm.
the underneath here. So it's working pretty good. Working pretty good.
Hey, Kevin, what's up? Kevin from Tuber Chat is here, y'all.
Hey, Kevin.
Kevin is his channel is a great channel to go to if you want to get your small channel promoted to help it grow better. And he has such great advice on things you can do to help grow your channel. And I think that that's the reason my channel's grown a little bit is because of this Kevin in the channel. And you get to know people in there. And I think I did that wrong. You get to know all them in there, and there's different channels who do different subjects, and some of them you find yourself interested in. So it's he has an amazing channel, and for everyone that hangs out in there and comes to his lives, they're all really good people, and they will visit your channel and give you watch hours. They're really good about doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I sound like a commercial at the moment. But it's great networking if you want your channel to grow. I just want mine to just, keep moseying up a little bit. You know what I mean? Not being greedy, nothing like that. I just want it to keep moseying along.
I'm happy with my channel, and I just want people who want to be here,
Yep. Brenda Foley says, I even been catching Katie in my keto channels. Yeah. Jason's keto channel, I've been going in that one. And then I found another one through Jason that I've gone into a couple times too, because that's up my alley. I want to get myself back on keto. I really need to get back on keto because I was doing really good on it, and it was making me feel better. It had lots of advantages. Teresa Louise, that is the best attitude to have. Yep. I don't have this channel because I have any expectation of turning it into something. I don't want anyone to think that. But I just want it to, I'm trying to build a nice foundation for it. And I doubt I'll ever get to 10,000, because I just don't see that happening. But you never know. But that's not my goal here. I'm hoping that I can teach stuff about Greenland and maybe get good at doing tutorials, and I don't know. We'll see where it goes. And I know I mentioned about my channel growing. It's because I do want it to grow. And right now it's been fun. I've really enjoyed getting to know so many people. It's really opened my eyes to lots of different ways of doing things. Like, look at you, Teresa. You're doing collage with fabric. I would have never in a million years thought you could do that.
Really?
No, I've never seen that until you started doing it. And
Oh,
I'm sure there's other channels doing it, but
oh
I
yeah.
wasn't exposed to it until you. Rita says that Katie, you're doing just fine with where you are and your channel. Do not change. Oh, I'm not going to. I'm going to keep this as realistic as possible. One of the things that I like about smaller channels is they don't. You heard me make the comment that I sounded like a commercial when I was talking about Kevin. The bigger channels seem like they're more of a commercial, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
When you're asking questions in their chats, they don't even see it.
Right.
Now, Kevin's channel does speed, but it's not because they're overloaded with people. I mean, I think the highest amount of people I've seen is between 35 or 40 people at one time. It's just how quickly everybody's talking and saying hello to each other and asking questions or, making comments about something.
Right.
Some bigger channels sound like a Memorex commercial. It is live or it is Memorex. That's a good one, Rita. Hi, Zaza. How are you? It's good to see you.
Hi, Zaza.
Hope everything's doing better over your way. I know you've been struggling lately between her animals and her hubby. How's your husband doing? Hey, Teresa, you see what my bot is doing? It says share your channel link so that you may go over and subscribe to, so that, yeah, what I wrote don't even make sense. And number two, it's not even giving you the exclamation selfie that you should type to share your channel with. So I've got to put that manually in here so people can share their channels. I need to fix that. I thought I fixed it, but apparently not.
Hi, Cynthia.
Hi,
I don't think I
Cynthia.
said hi to you earlier.
I didn't know yeah. Smaller channels feel more intimate, she says. Yes, they do. Rita says, I go to the bigger busy channels only when I want to see what they're doing. And then Zaza says, my husband is doing well, thank you. He's back to work on Monday. Oh, that's excellent news, Zaza. What about your doggies? How are they doing? Because didn't one of your dogs have to have surgery or something?
Oops. Okay.
Oh, we're all too quiet here. I'm not talking. Sorry. I'm pressing these little small triangles, y'all. And then I'm going to press these because I have a set of blue triangles over here I'm pressing on now, and I'm gonna put a um, piece of wood over the top of it so that it can help flatten them a little bit. So that's what I'm working on right now. Almost done with this set. Okay, let's get these over here so I can press them. Well, I might end up with a few half square triangle blocks out of all these small stitch and flips. They're hot. Hey, Pat. Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Whew, these are hot. My goodness, they're hot. Whew.
Okay, I'm gonna go take you guys over to the sewing desk
Okay. Okay.
because I need to sit down for a while.
Okay. These are hot, hot, hot. Whew. Rita wants to take a nap in peace and quiet. Okay, my big cat has completely realized bringing his own pillow now. Oh my gosh. Pat could be, picture this big dog tries to take a pillow from a 42-pound cat. Smack. She says, I guess he told the dog what is what. That's too funny. Hey, Vicky Bush.
Oh gosh.
None of my dogs pick on the cats. It is the other way around, ha. And then Geraldine says, I have a bunch of small half square triangles too, trimming them now. Thanks for encouraging me to work on them. You're welcome. All these stitch and flips are coming together into a block. And I got the other one sitting up underneath the board. So that'll get sewn together next. Where did my end? Uh-oh, I've lost my ender. Darn it. I seem to lose enders like crazy. Oh, that's because it's hooked to this. Oops. Okay.
Oh, I'm not leaving yet, you guys. I'm just moved to the sewing.
Yeah. She's not going anywhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah. No worries.
I just need to sit down.
Where did my scissors go? I just saw them.
Hi, Geraldine.
Where is my scissors? Now, how do you lose scissors?
Oh, you set them down in the wrong place.
Oh, here they are up underneath fabric. That's why I couldn't see them. Or up underneath all this hot mess I got going on the top of the desk. Teresa, what are you using on the wall, that white shelf lining?
Huh? Teresa?
Rita, can you be more specific on what you're talking about? Zaza says, Teresa, look how nice and tidy your sewing space is.
Oh, this shelf over here, oh, those are those white wire shelves like you use for on the sink or in the bathroom or like these were in the pantry. And then I just put I have sheets of really thick cardstock. It's like what you would do to paint on watercolor and this and that. And I cut them as a shelf line so that the back quarters wouldn't fall through the holes.
Joan, I want to come eat with you. Joan says, been lurking. She says hi to both of us, Teresa. She says, finished trimming 6-inch squares and fixing supper now. Beef fillets, fried cabbage, and baked potatoes. Oh, that sounds tasty.
I don't think my sewing space tidy at all, but thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
I've been trying to do a little bit of cleanup every day because it's just been a mess. I cannot be creative in a mess.
Yep, I
Just
know
can't
what you
do it.
mean. I have quite a bit of chaos going on now in this room, this tiny space I'm working in. Hey, Candace, welcome, welcome. Brenda says, holding the Batiks. Yummy. Well, right now I'm working between Batiks and cotton at the moment.
Hi, Candace. Hi, Joan.
That sounds great, Joan. I am making sauteed portobello mushrooms with steak and baked potatoes and fresh green beans. Oh, y'all. That got me hungry.
What time is dinner? I'm on my way.
Yep. Let me hop on a plane and come eat.
Especially the mushrooms.
Yep, that sounds tasty too.
And the green beans.
Yep.
And the potatoes. All sounds yummy.
Yeah, all of it sounds yummy. Yum yum. Yum yum. Tasty food. Sustenance. Okay, now to trim. No, these are pretty.
Oh, and she's making bread too.
Yeah, I need to get back into making bread. That way I can eat fresh, soft bread.
Oh yeah, my dog loved green beans too, Rita. And asparagus and broccoli.
You feed broccoli to your dogs?
The spears, the yeah.
Um, I haven't tried feeding broccoli to Nora yet because I was wondering if it was gonna make her gassy.
Oh, it doesn't do that to my dogs. But I mean, I don't feed them a lot. I cut up the stalk part, you know.
Mm-hmm. Because with it being fresh, I wasn't sure, you know.
Yeah, they love it. They really love asparagus too. And
I'll have to try
I especially like give them that kind of stuff in the wintertime because they they can't find any grass to eat
Yeah.
in the wintertime.
Mm-hmm.
And your dogs need grass. I'm sorry to tell this, but it it helps them with digestive system. Um, so
It helps them a lot. I let
yeah,
Mark. It's weird that they know which grass they can eat.
right. In fact, we when our dogs got older in the summer, we would cut some of the grass that they like, and we would put it in freezer bags. And then in the wintertime, we would let them have if they wanted. You know, we would just put it in a big bowl and they pick out what they want.
Brenda says she
I
makes
mean,
delicious keto bread. Keto upgrades recipe delish.
huh?
I'll have to get the recipe and test that out from you, Brenda. Maybe you could post a. Hey, if you don't mind, maybe you could post a keto bread recipe over on my um, Greenland Quilter Facebook group, because I would be willing to try it if I can get all the parts that's needed for it.
I never heard of keto bread.
It doesn't use flour, usually almond flour or something like that, but not the regular wheat
Oh,
flours. Because um, part of refraining from eating certain things has to do with wheat. Rita
yeah,
says to make my own dog. Go ahead.
I only eat flour or wheat, non GMO, or hasn't been, genetically altered in any way.
Brenda says my neighbor sprayed dandelions gives dogs cancer. Well, that's not cool. There's natural ways of getting rid of dandelions, and that's not one of them.
Yeah.
You can use Epsom salt and vinegar for the same method and never make anything sick. But the dandelions are around because the earth is sick. And once they correct what made it sick, then you don't see them anymore. And that's why you only see them mostly where humans are at. But if you go out in the middle of nowhere in nature, you won't see one dandelion, not one.
The the dandelions that are in America came from Europe with the European,
Mm-hmm.
because the Europeans planted them in their gardens because they made dandelion wine and tea, and because you can eat every part of a dandelion. So,
The other thing that dandelions does is they fix nitrogen, which is what you want. And the early settlers probably knew that. Most people don't know that unless they go to college and learn it. Or if they're smart enough to say, let me go see what the purpose of dandelions really are. I wouldn't have no trouble, I don't think, eating a flower, but that white stuff that comes out of their stem, that kind of puts me off. Bye, everybody. Supper's ready. Catch the rest of replay. Teresa, see you tomorrow. Take care and stay cool. See you later, Joan. Thank you for coming today. I appreciate that so much. Egg white powder and whey isolate. Yeast activated with, I don't know what inulin is. Look at this pinwheel, y'all. You see my pinwheel?
yeah, and dandelions are really good for liver problems.
Yep. there's dandelions here in Greenland, and they are definitely considered to be native to Greenland. I'm not sure who determined that, but there's two species of them that live here. You see the big headed one that gets the first to pop out, and as soon as it gets too hot, they disappear. And then there's another one that grows really low to the ground. So one winter here, right that runs between our house and the neighbor's house, there's a sewer pipe that runs down through there underneath the ground. And one winter, I had sent Nikolai a message. I said, Nikolai, you know how we always have snow piling up on, down the side of our house? He says, yeah. He says, I think there's sewer leaking. He says, what do you mean? And I told him how the area had all the snow had melted and was turning to ice, and there was no reason for it to be doing that. And so I went out to look, and you could see there was something wrong with the area because it had a weird color to it. So he says, maybe you should tell the Technic people about it. So I went and to the Technic people and told them what I was seeing, and I showed them a picture. They came out there and they discovered that the pipe that runs from the apartments across the road down through here had gotten plugged up by something that someone flushed down the toilet, and it was backing up back here and leaking into the ground out on top of the ground, and it was melting everything. So after that happened and they got it all cleaned up and everything, we had a mass population of dandelions all up and down that one strip right there. I mean, there was hundreds of them. Now you only see like 5 or 6 out there. So it took care of what had happened with the spill. Here's my dandelion. Look at this dandelion. I mean, look at this pinwheel, you guys. Isn't that pretty? Pretty, pretty. We got lots of things going on right here. Katie, we have both of those dandelions here too, says Zaza. Says, yep, she knows what I'm talking about. Do you have buttercups there too, Zaza? Dandelions also clear up the environment, yuckies. Yes, they do. They do have a purpose. So I have a pinwheel here, and I also have 2 hourglass blocks I've done right here. See? Thank you, Pat. Hey, how are you doing, by the way? Have you got caught up on the blocks yet? Next week is another 1,000 block. We are going to be doing the wild blue yonder or something blue yonder. I need to talk about that tonight too. Do I've got my book in here? Yes, I do. So before we knock off, I'll need to talk about next week's block. Rita says I have to be especially mindful of what is allowed to grow in my yard due to dogs. Thank you, Damali, and hello there. I hope I said your name right. Okay, next row. Rita, I can't grow anything delicate in my bag garden. Hugo likes to say. Oh my gosh. Cats and dogs are hilarious. Pat says, yes, I'm all caught up on the 1,000 blocks. I still have some woven stars to do. Yeah, we will be, speaking of woven stars, what did I do with my calendar? I think next Sunday's when Sean and I are sewing, because we had to move it back a little bit. Let me check it out. And I think I'm going to mostly work on stars, because I got the bug to work on the stars. Yeah, the 29th, Sean and I will be sewing on the Star Climber. Okay, thank you, Damali. And for those of you that are coming in later, I did this last night during a live. Someone else was live and I was sewing stitching flips. And that's what I'm working right now, is on stitching flips. Trying to turn some of this into something. Rita says, which is why I grow in raised rock grow beds with aquaponics. Dogs cannot get in the beds. Y'all, it's hot in this house. So hot in this house. It's 10:24 and it's still hot in here. But the sun is shining on this side of the house, making it hot because the sun's heat is hitting the windows. We will not have twilight until 1:45 a.m. Thank you, Damali. Hello, Regina. How are you? Though, when I get them all, Regina, when I get them all sewn together, oh, you mean this one? These are 1-inch finished. These little ones, they're all 1-inch finished. And these ones will also be 1-inch finished when I sew them all together. I think I'm gonna put the heat on them.
Hey Regina, how are you on?
Woo, they're hot. I think my iron is very hot right now. Oh, I need to take care of these next. Forgot all about them. Brought them over here to sew and then forgot about them because I was getting distracted. Okay, let's start with sewing these together first. 1-inch, yikes, too small for me, says Regina. These are stitch and flips. They were cut off of stitch and flips. And I don't, because I am in Greenland and prices are skyrocketing on everything, I don't want to waste anything that I can actually make something into. So we're not throwing this out. I'm going to sew them all together and make a scrappy quilt. And you get to see that there's different, some of these fabrics are not even made anymore. Like this one, they don't make that one anymore. And actually, that blue is from, darn it, I'll think of her name in a minute. because she always makes fabric. She always, her fabric lines are always like that. And I'm pretty sure this red is from the same fabric line, along with this red. Rita says she used hers and made shopping bags. I don't make bags yet. I don't think I have the patience for it. Zaza says that she likes doing many projects. They can make pretty zipper pouches or project bags. You okay over there, Teresa?
Yep, doing good.
Are you working on the same thing you were working on yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get 2 more blocks done.
Sherry says, just wanted to let you know I've been here. I wondered if you had wandered off.
Hi, Sherry.
Katie, so what? You have the patience to make 100 or hundreds of tiny half square, but shopping bags are not even close to needing patience. I don't know about that because you're talking about bulky fabric joints that are really thick for making bags.
Not shopping bags.
No?
No, shopping bags are easy.
Then I'll have to see about learning how to make one then, test that theory. I would like to make one where the handles are long enough to sit on my shoulders.
Yeah.
Nikolai doesn't like them long, but I want long ones because I like to put them on my, but I want to make the straps wide enough that they don't dig into my shoulder. Because the skinny ones you find on most shopping bags, they hurt me. All these pins I'm going to have in this.
That's right. The shopping bag is a pillowcase with boxed corners and straps.
Yeah, it's the boxed corners that makes me think it would be painful to do.
No, those box corners are really simple, Katie.
Don't you have to put stabilizer and everything in them?
No, you don't have to. I guess it depends on what kind you want to make. You can make them lined or unlined or just like a pillowcase with box corners, or I mean, there's all different kinds of ways.
Okay. Yeah, I just haven't ventured down the bag department.
And you don't have to put zippers in them, so
Yeah, I don't want to deal with zippers. No thanks. I will deal with zippers making shirts and tunics, but I don't think I want to do it making project bags. Too much, too small. Although I'm sitting here messing with something very small. I always like that when I was making my clothes. There were certain kinds of clothes that I absolutely didn't want to make.
yeah, if you could clothes, you can make shopping bags.
Yeah, I could make clothes. And I actually enjoy making clothes. I just have, in fact, I have some patterns. I'm gonna.
Oh, I hate it when the ball thread runs out. Dang it!
Uh-oh. I'm waiting
One,
for mine to run
2,
out.
3, 4, Oh, man.
Lord, listen to Molly. Look,
All
she
of them.
says, uh-oh, you ran out for a while? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
all of them.
You've been playing ghost sewing?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dang it.
Well, that's just going to mess things up. Damali says, try to get cotton painter's drop cloth size from 9 foot to 12 foot and larger heavy duty denim needle. Yeah, I just can't imagine. I know one thing, I think I need to stand up soon.
Dang it.
So is that going to mess everything up or are you going to have to repin?
I'm not going to repin. I'm just going to. Dang it. Hate it when that happens.
For my bags, I just use quilting cotton or cheaper. I use iron fused interfacing. Yeah, I was wondering about what to make it stable with. What stabilizer, I mean.
Rita put a link in the shopping bags. And Rita said she doesn't always use stabilizer on her bag.
Whatever kind of bag I make, it needs to be able to hold heavy grocery items. I come back from the United States from I bought some bags from I think 2 bags from Walmart. And then I bought 4 bags from this other grocery because they were the perfect size for what I wanted. Because here most of the bags are too small. Because I don't like to have a zillion bags going out of the grocery store. Because I have to use a taxi, anyway. And I'd rather not stack everything when I could put them in larger bags.
I made a jelly roll rug type thing, but I made it into bag.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, you want to see it?
Sure.
It works for groceries.
I would have never thought to do that with that. Brenda says, I've never seen stabilizer in a grocery bag.
Sorry, I go downstairs and get it.
Okay.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, look at that. Let me spotlight you for that so they can see it. Wow. That's a pretty strong bag, huh?
Yeah.
That looks great. I would have never thought to do that with that.
So,
How did you get it sewn all the way around with all that bulk?
Have you ever made a jelly roll rug?
No.
It's just a zigzag stitch.
Okay.
And here's the bottom.
That looks wonderful.
And then I just made handles. So it's really, pretty easy to use at the store, and you can put quite a bit of stuff in there.
Yeah, you can. That looks wonderful.
Or a lot of times if I'm got to take stuff downstairs, like I have a big pantry down in the basement. I'll just fill this up from upstairs, and then take it downstairs. So I use it a lot for all kinds of things. Or I take it to retreat, put my iron and all that stuff in there.
Very cool. Hey,
Yeah.
Mona, and hey, Prep for Eternity. Didn't you say your first name was Jessica? Let me know if that was right or wrong. I think it's Jessica. Or I could be wrong. Maybe, I don't know. Let me know what your first name is, please. Yeah, refresh our memory. What's your first name, Prepped? And welcome to the chat. Look at these triangles. They're coming together. You see
Thank
that?
you, Cynthia. Jennifer.
Okay, hi, Jennifer. Zaza says, that's a very pretty bag, Teresa. It is pretty. It would make a great yarn bag, too. You know that, Teresa?
Yeah.
A project bag
Yeah.
for yarn? And what you're
Yeah, I
working
had
on?
yarn in it. I had yarn in it for a while.
All these little seams. Oh my gosh, this is getting stiffer.
Yeah, it was going to be a rug, and I'm like, I don't want another rug. I think I'll just turn it a little more on the sewing machine and make a bag out of it.
Do you have any that you actually did use as rugs?
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll go get.
Do they slide around on the floor?
Yeah.
Or will they stay in place and you not worry about busting your butt? Hi, Michelle. She says she's still here. I just thought the same thing. Your half square triangles are coming out nicely. You have the patience for those little squares. You can do it. That rug's pretty. Wow. Here, let me spotlight that too so they can all see up close. That's gorgeous. Wow. Where do you keep that one at?
In the upstairs bathroom.
The when you go to step on it, you don't worry about slipping on it or anything?
No. But if you're worried about that, you can just put those rug liners down and then put your rug on top.
Yeah, because that would be where I would want to put it is in the bathroom, and our bathroom has tile floor.
I walk pretty careful. Like if I was a young kid and I was running through the bathroom, it probably would slip, you know. But I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. So
There's been a couple times in the bathroom where I've stepped on something that I laid on, a towel that I laid on the floor for Nora. And if I wasn't thinking about it, I'd go walking fast in there because our bathroom's big. And I have almost fell on my face because of it. Ooh, these are hot.
thanks, you guys. Hey, Mona, how's it going?
Hang on, I'll take the spotlight off here in just a second. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you. Yeah, I enjoy making that, but I don't know if I'll ever get another one because it's kind of a pain in the, you know what. Wrapping the batting
Oh, okay.
takes a while. So you use 2.5 strips, and then I think the batting strips, like I did like 2.25, something like that. And so it wasn't as difficult. I don't even actually remember how I did it anymore, but anyway, yeah, and you have to have a machine that has zigzag. You have to have the zigzag there.
Yeah, this machine does zigzag. I've just never used it yet. Okay, did I miss anyone that came in? Sherry says she's made coasters and bowls, but not rugs. Zaza says that's a gorgeous rug. And Rita says, I like doing the braided rugs if I'm not using my weaving loom.
I'm pissed off that I just sewed all those blocks with nothing.
Phantom
So
thread.
right, yeah, right now I'm voting and not doing anything.
Yep, I see that. Try to start that first one and see if that doesn't help you get out of it. Did you get your bobbin refilled though?
Oh yeah, I have all the bobbins, you know. I fill usually 6 or 7 bobbins at a time. But this machine doesn't tell you when the bobbin runs out.
Neither does mine. She was air sewing Mona, unfortunately. And she was on a roll with those blocks.
I was.
She was getting it done.
I was.
Your machine doesn't change how it sounds when it runs out?
I don't know if it does. I don't know the sound difference.
Because sometimes this thing, the way it sounds different, and it makes me look to see what's going on, and I realize, uh-oh, I'm out of bobbin. That's why it sounds like that.
Yeah, I can hear it on my long arm, but I haven't been able to detect it on this sewing machine.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, the Viking sewing machine I have, it tells you when you're running out of bobbin. I guess I should check.
Come on, move your butt. There you go. Things are getting thicker, and I don't want to change the setting to make it compensate for it, because then I won't remember how to unset it, or I'll forget to unset it. Put it that way.
That's funny, Rita. Pre-drill instead of air sewing. She calls it
Pre-drill.
pre-drill.
That's a good way of putting it. Pre-drilling. Mona, it seems to you, I've only done a couple of small practice pieces. And then Michelle says, wow, beautiful bag. Those of you who have channels, you're welcome to share your channels in here. Wait a minute. I'm fixing to put the command in here where you can see it. GQ. Rita says she did a semi-calculation, and it seems that I have to put in a new bobbin if just straight stitching a new after 12 hours. Interesting. Look at here, you guys. All I got to do is get this pressed, and this part of this is done. More stitch and flips done. Woo, this iron is very hot, y'all. I know, I've said this about a dozen times already. Whew.
Oh. Mm.
What's going on, Teresa?
Oh, I was going to ask Rita, is that calculation on the long arm, or because I don't keep track of how many hours I sew.
Yeah, me neither. I know I sewed a long time last night because I sewed on my live, and then I sat and sewed the whole time there was another live going on. And their live went 3 hours, I think.
Oh, is What's his name? Is it John?
Who? Tuber chat?
The
Or
the guy
who?
that's usually in here. Is this John?
Oh, John. I don't know. Did you find him on a live?
Well, I thought he was in here earlier.
He was in here earlier. I don't know if he has lives or not.
No. Just wondering if he's still here. I was telling some.
John, are you? Let me see if he's around. Hang on a second. I can find out. Let's see. He goes
It's
to
okay.
Alabama.
No biggie.
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, okay. So, you probably already know this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. We were talking about those trees yesterday, and
Yeah.
the larch tree and the tamarack tree is the same tree. So out here we call them tamaracks, and out where you're from, you probably call them larch.
Yep,
So
we call them larch here in Greenland. But I was aware of the larch tree because I saw um, we had one larch, I think, growing in the arboretum at the college. And then when I went to Fort Wayne, Indiana, I saw them everywhere. And I'm like, this is so cool. That wasn't the only thing I saw. I saw an ironwood tree up there. There was massive ones up there. There's only like very few ironwoods that grows in Florida. Michelle says, beautiful rug. My friend made one of those. Sherry says he wasn't here. Well, his laptop or phone is because I can see him. Okay, now looky here, y'all. Ooh, another one done. So now we've managed to
hi,
get
Michelle.
a pinwheel done, and I'm fixing to start another set of triangles here in a minute. And put all these pinwheels together because I have different size pinwheels. Some hourglasses. Okay. All right. So now I have this one done. I have a big mess going on top of this desk. Oh, look, I found some more So for those of you that haven't been in here very long, this is all from stitch and flips and stuff. So that's what I'm sewing on right now. Or like I have a leftover piece from something I was working on. Like this probably came from uh my sugary do, my first sugary do. This looks like a leftover from that. And I just haven't figured out what to do with it yet. But there's some, I need to see if I can find, I'm looking for some, there's some of these that should have some more pieces to it and I don't have it. So let me see if I can find them. Because I have an odd number of blocks, a couple of blocks that don't have all of them to it, which there should be some in here. Well, here's one of those.
All trees are good. You need shade.
Yeah. Anytime,
Rita.
anytime you can get trees planted, that's a good thing. We've been planting a lot of trees here in our town, here in Greenland. People have been planting larches and poplars, um, Arctic willows of three different species of Arctic willow. Hey, look at here, Teresa. Yellow and turquoise. Should put those together.
Awesome.
Trying to find some more of the red ones because I thought I had some more in here so that I can, well, here's one of these. I'm trying to find something, y'all, so just bear with me here for a minute. I'm trying to see if I have some more of the particular, I don't know, it might be buried up underneath here. Oh, look at this really tiny pinwheel. Look, it's tiny.
Yeah.
You can tell I've been messing around. Okay, I'm going to put all of this right here back in here, though. We'll do these another day. Okay. See if I can find any, these are all half square triangles too. All right. Well, here's some more blue. Oh, we got more pinwheels here. I didn't go through all of these that I piled out of there because I was going to mess with them. Look at here, more pinwheels. You could tell I must have liked pinwheels when I was making them. Okay, I want to put all this cotton together. All right, so I have some more red right here. I'm going to sew those. And then these I'm going to put back in the bucket for right now. And these are all big pieces. Okay. Another one of those. All right. And these are all Batiks.
There, okay, then. Did it again.
Again, it came out?
No. I mean, I sewed the
Oh.
blocks in.
I was about to say, oh,
I know.
no. You had me going there for a minute. So now we have, let me put this away right here.
Yeah, I got it. No, here.
So now we got this one and this one.
Oh.
These.
I'm going to walk around for a second.
Okay.
Stretch the legs. Stand up.
Let me see what I missed. All right, I'm going to put these somewhere else out of my way. All right, I'm going to sew these together definitely next. But I want to get all this cotton out of the middle of all of this. Because I'm after these, yeah. Let me see how many of these blue ones I have. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 of the, nope, 4 of the red. I have a feeling I don't have another blue one though, unless these are some of them. Well, these are different, but let me see how many of these I have. 4 of these, nope, I only have 3 of these. Oops, so I'll set that aside. We'll deal with that later. Put you up there, put you over here. I'm just trying to get a little organized here. Because I got more to sew. Put that there. All right, let's sew these and these together next. But first, we're going to do this set of, let's see here. I have missed some stuff. I got to backtrack. Rita says they have American and Western larch trees here, which I stay clear of. You're allergic. Really? Larch trees and juniper trees are not good. Why are they not good? Oh, you mean for your allergies, Rita? Some people are sensitive to conifer pollen. Sew them all together to make one big block and turn it into a table runner. That's a good idea, actually. I have a big pine trees and they're very large mesquite tree in the backyard, which those Gila monsters live under. Yeah, I've never seen a mesquite tree, but I definitely would like to see one. Rita says, I have 2 10-gallon buckets full of house square triangles and flying birds. So sewed them together, cut them into 9 1/4 blocks, and made a bunch of 4 1/4 by 8-inch flying birds, and turning that into a California king. Flying geese. No thanks. It's interesting that you had trouble with your asthma with nature. I don't. There's only 1 or 2 trees that cause me issues. One of them is a silverthorn. The flowers on that one, I can smell that 4 blocks away, and it triggers my asthma. Wait a minute. Oh, look. I have lots of these, actually. Let's set these back aside, and I'll get back to them later. Let's do these that I've already pressed. Well, mostly pressed. Actually, I've pressed all of these. Look at all of these. Yeah, because these have been pressed too. So we might as well do all of them. There's going to be a lot of them. Let me see how I'll be counting how many these are in a minute. You see all this? There's lots of these.
I had a whole bunch of sew-and flips left over from a quilt one time, and I went through my pattern books and looked at all the blocks that were made with half square triangles, and I just put a bunch of those together and ended up with another quilt.
Yeah, I have a feeling I've got plenty here to make another quilt.
It turned out really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice. Okay. Ready to put this bad boy together.
Carnations are a complete different genus and species, so that's probably why, Rita. Cynthia says, I just took pictures of my tote bags. I'm trying to post them somewhere so you can see them. You can post them on my Greenland Quilter Facebook group. It'll tell you that I have to approve the post. Just post them. And then when I get off this live, I'll approve all of that. Because Nikolai's at sea, so he's not here to approve all that stuff. We had to put a thing on the Facebook group because people kept posting. I don't know what part of do not post pictures that takes you to another site to buy things. I don't know what part of that people don't get, because I don't know if these are legitimate sites, and I don't want to get the blame for someone getting ripped off. So, we had to put it to that to keep from having so many t-shirts coming across our group.
I just made my group private.
It is private, but people join the group, I guess because they see us on YouTube or whatever, and I can't, vet them. So when they post that first t-shirt, okay, I said, oh, you're in here to spam, are you? So then I delete that, and then I put it, so we started setting it so we could approve post. Because I think YouTube brings different people into it. The scent of lilies gives me migraine, says Zaza. Yeah, there's some lilies that give me a headache or my asthma. Like I can't be around hyacinth because, oh my gosh, it's so perfumey and my chest just goes into alarm mode. Yeah, people figure it's a way of doing free advertisement. Yep, and that's not what my group is about. You want to go make money, do it on your Facebook. Don't bring it to mine. Nikolai didn't approve one of the pictures the other day. It was in fact, it was John's post because he wasn't sure who John was. And I'm like, John's harmless, post it. Go ahead and prove it. He was showing his antique sewing machines, but Nikolai wasn't sure if it was the same person that was trying to sell that older machine like that because there was someone in there trying to sell one. And I'm like, this is not what my group is about, dude. This is for people to post, you can post sewing machines, just don't say you're selling them. When I lived in northern Arizona, I had white wild lilies and it did not bother me, but brought in lilies that were not native to Arizona, yeah, there's that problem too. Like something here in Greenland has changed in the last 5 years, and I'm not the only one that's having sinus trouble, overactive sinus trouble. I think it's because they've been blowing up rock right up the road, and because we've had less snow and more wind, it's kind of been blowing that stuff all over the place. And it's getting into I think that's what's triggering my sinus trouble. Boy, talk about narrow seam allowances on these. Some of these are 8. I don't know why they're so small, but that's very weird. Zaza, I have to give my dogs and cats baths all the time. You're going along better now. Ooh, look at that block. That's pretty, Teresa. I really like that color.
Yeah, it really stands out.
Yes, it does. And it makes that block stand out. I really like that pattern.
Yeah, I do.
I think it would look cool in batiks.
Oh, yeah, I bet it would. Yeah.
Well, here goes the fireworks. Happy International Greenland Day. I mean, Happy National Greenland Day, sorry. I don't know why I said international. They're shooting fireworks off down at the sports hall. Not that you can see them because it's daylight.
But you can hear them.
Are you hearing them?
No.
I didn't know if y'all could hear them or not. Somebody's baby is crying outside, and I don't know whose baby, but I can hear him crying. Which means it must be over here somewhere. So I remember now what the other celebration was earlier in the year. This town hit its 250th year of being a town this year.
Oh.
So some months, 3 or 4 months ago, they were celebrating the actual date. And I noticed over the past couple of months, they've been flying flags that says 250 years, and then it has the date from 17 something till now. 250 years it's been around.
Oh.
Just think, this town is as old as the United States is when it, because it in the United States about to hit its 250th year of independence or something. I think either this year or next year. I think it's this year. No, next year it'll be 250 years because it was 1776 when the United States had independence. So this town is older than the United States is when it comes to independence by 1 year. We have a fountain down in Town Square that was built in 1932, and it'll have its 100th birthday in 6 more years. I think it's 6, 35. No, 7 years. Sorry, 7 years. Thank you, Cynthia. I appreciate that. Cynthia says that link should take you to the page I made to start posting my crafting projects. The link didn't show up. I'm sorry. You would have to be a moderator to share the link, which I could do that, I guess. I don't know how many I think I only have like 5 moderators. Either someone's got a crying baby or someone's out there having a fight with someone. Regina, the Danish, Denmark granted partial autonomy to Greenland in 1979. And then in 2009, they set up, or 2008, sorry, they set up a full government. And as of right now, they pretty much control almost everything except for the military and foreign policy. But as of what was spoke about earlier this year, anything that's done relating to military or foreign policy, it's got to go through the Greenland government. They get the first say on anything that happens from here on out. We're not independent yet. I mean, we're not totally independent yet because the country's infrastructure is not strong enough for that yet. But Denmark has decided that they're going to modernize, bring all 3 of the countries into a more modern way of doing things. And basically, Denmark will help Greenland stronger on its own, so it can be on its own, but it will always, as long as Greenland wants Denmark to be, as long as they want to be underneath the Danish umbrella, they can remain that way, just like the Faroe Islands. So there's been lots of meetings and things going on over the last few months to discuss how they're going to handle it. We have a new government here this year. Most of the voters voted in a completely new group of people because they want things to start changing into a more positive way to get Greenland out there, because we've been, basically this country's been thrust into a geopolitics, which has been unnerving for most of the population because this is a peaceful people, but they do not want people coming over here to take them over either. So there's been a lot of stuff going on, especially this month. We've got helicopters that's been flown in. We're getting another frigate, so that'll be 4 frigates sailing around Greenland and in the fjords. F-16s are being brought into Kangerlussuaq, and France is probably going to put boots on the ground here because the president of France was here this past week, and they're here to help, not to take over anything. They've offered a hand of help and friendship, and I think Greenland's going to take them up on it because they don't like being told that they're going to get took over by force. Zaza says Edinburgh's new town is older than the U.S. as we know it. Wow, cool.
Okay, this boy is done.
Shall I spotlight you so thick? Yeah, hang on. I love that block. That is gorgeous. Super duper pretty. Did you think it was going to come out that way when you first saw the pattern?
Yeah, that's why I decided to do it because here's the pattern.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I love this block.
Yeah,
It's
I
so
want to
cool.
use that block.
I would like to do it like one on point might be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I lose the inner pinwheel, so you can really
Yeah.
do that.
It's definitely different. And
Yeah,
I
it is.
love it. Man, there's lots of ears to cut off here. You know, it just occurred to me. Let me see what size these blocks are. Because some of them are different size than other ones. Yeah, these are 1 3/4. I could actually trim them down if I could stick the iron on them and then trim them down to 1.5. And then I wouldn't have to be cutting all these darn dog ears off because the cutter would take care of it. I don't know why I didn't think of that to start with. Darn it. Okay, let me go press all of these real quick.
Okay. What did it go there? It's like,
These
what
can
did it
actually
do?
be actually sewn. You see this? These ones have already been pressed. All right, move, Nora. You gotta move, baby.
Hey, which color am I doing next?
How many do you have to do of each color?
I have 4 more blocks to do.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
will that have a border around it too?
Yeah, I'll put a border around it.
That's awesome looking quilt.
It actually has 2 borders. It has a background border. So,
wow.
in my set will be white. And then it has let's see, J. It has a 4.5-inch border.
Nice. So it's got more than one set of borders then.
Yep. Got a white 2.5-inch border and then a 4.5-inch.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
These blocks are weird.
So this will be my next color.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
That one, and the one after that will be this light blue with butterflies.
Oh, those are pretty. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I have this many half square triangles.
Leftovers.
Yeah,
So you can probably do something nice size with all of that too, probably.
yeah.
Unless you decide to put it on the back or something.
Oh, the name of the pattern is called Snowdrift. It came from the Sew Sampler box from December.
I really wish they would put that one on the site so you could buy it.
Yeah, I wish it would
But that one's
too.
gorgeous. Who is the actual designer of that one?
Um,
They're still shooting off fireworks.
Well, I'm not sure if the Fat Quarter Shop did it or if it's a Rosemary Cottage is the fabric and Camille Ross Kelly,
Uh-huh.
she's the fabric designer.
Could be, but it doesn't really say who the pattern is, huh?
No,
Could be Camille Ross
there's
Carey. I don't know. I've heard of her.
normally Fat Quarter Shop designs their own,
Yep. So I was wondering if maybe it was one of her designers.
but sometimes the fabric designer makes them, and then the Fat Quarter Shop prints the pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep losing leaders. Why do I keep losing my leaders? Darn it. What are you choking on, Nora?
Normally, if it's one of the ladies at the Fat Quarter Shop, they put their name on it, but I don't see
Yeah.
anybody's name on it. So that's why it makes me kind of wonder it wasn't the fab designer.
On the card that came in the, do you still have the card that came in the box?
Probably.
Maybe it says who it is on that.
Let's see. Yeah, I have all my cards.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see.
kept all my cards from mine.
January, December. Says by the Fat Quarter Shop.
Okay, so we don't know who actually did it then.
Right.
It was I can't think of her.
Snowdrift quilt by Fat Quarter Shop. So somebody at Fat Quarter Shop.
I can't think of the one lady that does a lot of designing for Fat Quarter Shop. I can't think of her name. She's been working for Kimberly for a long time now.
Yeah.
And Kimberly's got where she mentions her name quite often when they're talking about who designed something. Zaza says the pattern is exclusive. Oh, Pat says to Zaza, the pattern is exclusive to Fat Quarter Shops. So sampler box is called Snowdrift, but not available on the site. And then she says, thank you. And then Pat says, that's what I was hoping, maybe a year or so. Yeah. And Zaza says, Camille Ross Kelly used to be a Bonnie and Camille, but her mom reached out. Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, I think her mom passed away actually, but
I did not know that was her actual name. Learned something new today.
there is a Facebook group, but I think it's called the So Sampler Swap, and
Yeah.
sometimes you find that pattern over there on that. You just put in there that you're in search of that pattern, and a lot of times people, you know, say, "Oh yeah, I'll sell it to you for $10 or whatever."
Do you have all the patterns you've gotten so far from all the So Sampler boxes you've received over the last
No,
few years?
no, because every now and then, about once a year, I go through all those patterns, and the ones that I am pretty sure that I will never make, I do a giveaway and just give them away to people, my viewers.
It's a good way to Yeah, pay it
Yeah.
forward. It's a great way to do it.
So I've done it like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times now. Especially if it's the table runner stuff, because I won't ever do table runner.
Table runners don't rank it. I mean, I've got, I think, 2 table runners I actually need to quilt, which that needs to be on my to-do list to get done. Because one of them was from one of Becca's sew-alongs on a retreat.
Hmm.
She used to do projects on the virtual stuff.
Yeah.
All right, let's get these done, and then we're going to have a 9-patch made with this Batiks ones. So we're going to have lots of little blocks to figure out how to put together in a quilt eventually.
Let's see, you have 36 people watching and been on for 4 hours.
Have I been on that long?
That's what it says.
Well, then I've lost track of time for sure. What time? Let me see what time it is.
5.
Oh, it's
It's
almost
almost
midnight.
5.
It's 11:30, almost 11:30 here. That means, are you wanting to get off,
No, I'm gonna
or you want to
go
stick
back
around for?
over. Huh?
Do you want to stick around a little bit longer?
Well, yeah, I don't care. I can go work on the horse for a little bit.
Okay, because I'm going to mess with this a bit longer. I do think I need to grab a refill on my cup though.
And I need to go to the little girl's room.
Yeah, go ahead. We'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. I probably won't knock off until like 12:30 or something.
Okie dokie.
I'm on a roll here. I want to sew. I know this is not the most interesting thing what I'm doing, but I hope y'all are sewing something. And I really appreciate all of you who have been watching. Now, how did this get? Really? Okay, ladies, I'm going to try to get an early night. Night, everyone. See you later, Zaza. It was good to see you. I figured I'd find Zaza over on William's channel tonight when he goes live. I think he goes live sometime soon. Have to look and see. Oh, it's upside down. Yeah, it's supposed to be like this. I'm making a card, then we'll move to the sewing machine, says Cynthia. He's live in 30 minutes, says Cynthia. Okay.
Who is?
William.
Oh, what?
I couldn't remember what time he actually went live. On Saturdays, that is, because he was live last night. I didn't think he went live on Saturdays.
Yeah, I think he goes live Saturday and Wednesday.
They used to do Sundays, but they're not doing Sundays. They've been doing Mondays and Fridays. I could have sworn I've seen him on sometimes on Saturday. But he mentioned last night about going live on Saturday. I need to do something about this one block. It's bugging me. Yep, I just need to fix it because it's a little weird. Okay, now let's get this on here. Nope. Every channel I watch mentions him, but I've never seen him. What's the name of his channel? Maybe I can catch his. Hang on, let me go find his link. Okay, I'm about to post a link. It's called My So-Called Life. But make sure you use the SEW, because if you don't, if you just put My So-Called Life based on how you think it should be spelled, you're going to get someone you don't even know.
You don't want to do that.
No, because that I accidentally found myself in that person's channel. I'm like, wait, this is not what I was after. But you'll find Rita over there, probably on the live with Jess from So Blessed with Jess. And if you don't know who So Blessed with Jess is, here's her channel, and I actually have her in here because I've sewed with her and interviewed her, but I've never sewn with William. Or interviewed him, that is. Regina says she's met Jess, Lisa's Discord sewing room. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't get into the Discord too much. I just don't have time for it. Plus, I think it's not user friendly. I mean, you'll find me there because I'm in Lisa's group and Mona's group, and I'm in Sherry's group and Sean's group. But I don't have my own Discord because I can't figure out how to set it up. So I don't bother with it. But I've been posting my channel stuff in all of their groups, so you'll probably have seen it. Maybe. because they told me I could. So, and Sean has given me my own little, I don't even know what you call it. Sean and
Room.
Sherry, yeah, has given me my own room in his, and I also have my own room in Sherry's Discord. I wasn't sure what you're supposed to call those.
Yeah, I think they call them rooms.
Okay. So it's kind of like when you used to set up rooms for IRC.
I don't know. I never heard of that.
That was the first way to talk to people back when the internet became the internet. And you had two different programs that you could download from the internet. One was Mirk, which is MIRC, and the other was Perch, because there was people who used Apple computers.
Drives me crazy.
You have all these things.
Ooh, what was that?
My phone.
Oh.
Someone posted something, looks like, in the Greenland Quilter group.
So you got a notification.
Yeah, I get a notification on my phone.
I always put my.
I forget to turn that off. Uh-oh, did we get a freeze again? Y'all gotten quiet now. You're not talking. I think I lost. Teresa's frozen again. Oops, not good. There you
I
are.
am.
You were frozen for a minute or two. So you started to say something and we didn't hear it.
Oh.
Because we were commenting on the notification, and then you went to say something, and then it was like blip, nothing.
Huh. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you now. Yep. Vicky Bush says, has anyone seen the retired electrician turned into quilter? I think his name is Barry. He's pretty good. Nope, I have not met him.
Yeah, his name is Barry. Yep. I've seen his channel, but I haven't. Like,
I'm starting to see more and more men. You notice that?
what's that? Oh, more and more men. Yeah.
Yeah, more and more men quilters.
Yeah. It's great.
I'll have to find. Do you know what the name of the channel is?
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, because I'd go and check him out at least. I'd go have a look.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Looks like I got a couple of channels I need to go visit. That's been shared today. Man, this was a hot mess. Why are you a hot mess? I should have trimmed y'all down. That'll teach me not to trim down. Should have trimmed them down so they wouldn't be such a mess. It's called Berry Quilts. Okay, where's my little notepad?
I guess somebody was faster than me, huh?
Yep.
Barry Quilts.
Yeah, she said it was called Berry Quilts. You know what I just realized? Ouch. I just realized I have not eaten anything today.
That's not good.
Just kind of slipped my mind. This is what happens when Nikolai leaves. I forget to eat sometimes. You notice Nora doesn't forget to eat. She's like, I will never miss a meal, whether Daddy's here or not.
Right.
No. Well, I didn't go to bed until like 8:30 this morning because I sat up and watched um William, and then I just suddenly wanted to sew and didn't stop. And then when I realized what time, I'm like, oh my God. And then it took me 2 hours after they got off for me to go to sleep. So it ended up that it was like 9 o'clock this morning when I finally went to sleep.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So then, of course, when I finally did go to sleep, I didn't wake up until 4 o'clock this afternoon. And the only reason I even woke up then is because something went off on my phone and I heard it. Which I was glad that it woke me up because I would have been in a heap of trouble if I'd have slept past my live today. Someone would have been very upset that yeah. Vicky says, I enjoy all of the different quilters. You learn so many different things, and hanging out and chatting and sewing is awesome. Yes, it is. I feel bad that we didn't manage to get a couple of about Greenland lives in this time. Just got distracted between work. We worked a cruise ship, and we've been doing a couple other things, and did the challenge with Nikolai for sewing, and I just kind of slipped my mind. So we'll have to make up for it when he comes home. By then, I should have more to talk about anyway. And maybe he'll be able to bring home some more books too while he's at it. I hope so. I'm always up for getting new books about Greenland. Did any snowfall happen yet up there where it was going to happen, Teresa?
No, it's supposed to happen tonight. And I don't know if we're going to get any because last time I looked, it said at around 6,000 feet, about
Okay.
4 inches of snow. And we're about 45 here.
So you probably will just get rain or something.
Yeah. But I still need to bring my plants in, so I'm going to do that.
Yeah. I knew you said you planned on taking them in.
Yeah, I brought them in last night, and I'm, glad I did.
Yeah. Good idea to be proactive when it comes to that. Well, here is a 9-patch block. This one has let me see what size these blocks are supposed to be. They are 1 1/4 finished. It's funny. You look at this one. And then you look at this one. You see the difference? A half an inch makes, or 1/4 of an inch makes. Look at that. Isn't that funny?
I can't see it.
You don't
I'll
see
have to go
it?
get on the. I'll have to go get on my other computer.
If I spotlight, do you think you would see it?
Yeah.
All right, let me try spotlighting. Let me know if you see it.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is 1 1/4 finished. These are 1 inch finished.
Oh, nice.
So you end up with almost the same size block, but you have more half squares in these.
Yeah.
You know what I noticed? Do you see the secondary color design here? If you look at it, it looks like it's all yellow on this side with 3 turquoise here. And then on this side, it's 3 yellow with all turquoise. But the camera's not showing what I'm seeing. I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't really see it, but I see it with my eyes. So I see 2 different ways to look at it. Okay. Let me take a peek at something here.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's coming along. So now we have this one I already put sashing on. Then we have this one, which is even smaller than this one. But that's because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 5 on this one. And this one's 4 by 4. And this one's 3 by 3. This one's 4 by 4. And this one is 4 by 4. Pretty cool.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, now then, I'm gonna put these over there out of the way. Put these out of the way because I want to take care of these first. Let me see how I want to do these. First, I need to see what size these are, the way they are. So, according to this, they are I need to trim them down to be 3.5 because they're off just a hair. Or I could trim them down to be 3-inch ones, which I might do that. 3.5 is right there. It would be very hard. Or I could do them 3 1/4. Those littles are so stinking cute, says Brenda. Isn't that the color? Yeah, that color illusion is really cool. Yeah, I agree with you because it's giving me that illusion with this one. Teasing my eyeballs. Because it looks like there's all turquoise on this side, except for these 3 yellows here. And then on this side, it's all yellow with just 3 turquoise. Like if you could like cover up one side of it. See, 1, 2, 3. The rest of it's yellow. Cover this side up, all turquoise, 1, 2, 3 yellow. But when you uncover it by the camera can't, well, now I see it by the camera now, sort of. So yeah, it gives an interesting illusion. Okay, I think I want to trim these down to 3 1/4. That way I can get stabilized size to this. And then I'm probably going to take these, and since I took the other ones and made pinwheels, like this is a pinwheel. Let me see what size this is. Because I think I used smaller blocks for this one. Yes, I did. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Thing is I might could take these hourglasses All these tiny pinwheels right here. You should have another hourglass. Nora is snoring. That's hilarious, the way she snores. Okay, let me see what size these are. Because what? I don't think you can trim down an hourglass. Or can you? So this is 3 1/8 by 3 1/8. These ones right here are 3 1/8. Let's see if these other ones are the same size. 3 1/8. Yep, 3 1/8. 3 1/8. Okay. So what I could do, which means what? Maybe I could get interesting with these and cut them. Maybe I could cut them in half like this. What do you think, Teresa? Oh no. Or should I just leave them like this and trim them down to 3 inches and then sew them as an hourglass? Actually, I can't make an hourglass with, yes, I can. Like
I don't know.
Like this.
Depends on what else you need in your project.
Well, this is not, this is just all leftovers from other
So
projects.
you don't really have a plan then.
Yeah, so there's no plan currently. I do know that I have these two here that needs to be, which will make another, look, see that how this is wrong right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you
know. Oh, okay.
Regina says she sees it on all of them. Oh, even the red one? That's cool. Okay. What do I want to do with these? I want to make, I like these smaller hourglasses. What will happen if I cut these in half? Can I make smaller hourglasses with them if I do that? Teresa, what do you think? Like if I took all of these and cut them down the middle, you know, point to point, could I still turn them into hourglasses or no?
Let's see.
So I'm afraid to cut them and then not be able to do anything with them.
Yeah, you can, I think. Yeah.
So what happens if I fold this like this?
I mean, if you sew them down the middle, isn't that what you get?
I would think so, right? Wouldn't you? Well, there's one way to find out. Let's cut two of them and see what happens. One way to find out. I'll either foobar it some more or it'll do what I want it to do. I'll make sure I cut this straight so I don't goof it up, you know? Okay, let's cut this one in half. Then we're going to cut another one in half. That might be what happened here. I just didn't have enough. About to find out. With that other one that has missing the other side of it. Could be I cut one too many or something. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, now we got 2 more hourglasses. Look at there. And then this one, see this? Yeah, this is a problem. But it's okay. Yep, it made hourglass. Yeah, I can make hourglasses that way. Good. All right. I know, yeah. If you put 2 together, sew, then cut. So y'all gonna have to explain this because I don't understand what you mean. So are we turning them like this? Where you got the white over the red and the red over the white and then sew them? Did I lose Teresa? Hmm. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let me pin these first so I don't get them all wrecked. Okay. And I think after this, I'm going to shut this thing down. I really do appreciate all y'all that has been sticking with me. Okay. She must have lost her power. That's what happened last night when she was on the live with me because they've been getting a lot of bad weather. Okay. So just sew down the middle is what you're saying. Okay. I'll do that on this next set. I've already cut these ones. I think you might be spotlighted. Yes, I am. You can see what I'm doing, right, Pat? Or no? Teresa's gone. She got knocked off, I think. Yeah, I think she might have lost power. Put the line down the middle and then sew 1/4 inch, just like half square triangles. Okay, got you. I'll do that on this next set then. Hey, there she is. She's back.
I don't know what happened.
Me neither. I figured you might have got electrified or something. You know what I meant.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Just no video right now. Yep, I hear you. I figured you got knocked off by the power or something. Draw a line. I will do that in just a
The
second.
internet did.
Yeah, maybe they had an outage somewhere temporary
Yeah.
with all the weather going on.
So what did you figure out?
So I cut 2 of them in half and they're doing what I want them to. And then they were just telling me just draw a line through there and make sure I turn these, where the white's over the red or the red over the white. And then sew
Right.
1/4 inch on each side, which is what you were probably trying to tell me.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah. Now I understand what you were getting at. So I just didn't want to do big boo-boo. I learned this trick from my grandmother. Do you use marigold flowers in your garden?
When
That's
when I
from,
had a garden, I did.
that just came across my screen from Jody Genealogy.
Uh,
Well, I know you can put marigolds with a lot of vegetables and it keeps the bugs away.
there, I got part of the eyeball in.
All right.
There.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Now you're getting character on the horse.
Right.
Wow.
That made a big difference, didn't it?
It sure did. Now you know what you're like. Oh, look at that! You could actually, I could see the horse in it anyway because I'm a horse person, but I wasn't fixated on it not having eyeballs yet.
Yeah, I had a couple people say, "Where's the eyeball?"
Excuse me. Sorry
Bless
about
you.
that. Okay, let's get this straight line drawn. Yeah, I need to move you off a little bit. I haven't taken allergy medicine today because I've been Sherry sent me a bottle of Benadryl because Benadryl seems to be the only thing that works for me outside of Zyrtec, and I can't get Zyrtec right now.
Yeah.
And I try not to take it every day, but sometimes I end up doing it anyway because I'll run out of it and then I'll be back to square one again, being miserable because I can't buy Benadryl here. Now in Denmark you can find Benadryl, but not here.
Is that because they don't allow it?
No, you're just, one of the things about you I've noticed about Denmark, they don't have a lot of over-counter drugs unless you go like to an apothecary or something like that. But as far Greenland or down here now, I don't know if they sell Benadryl and Nuke. I really don't know. But there's no apothecaries in Greenland, so it could be something to do with that.
Hmm.
So you don't have much over the counter kind of stuff. All of us are so spoiled by, we can go in any store, grocery store or pharmacy, and they have loads of stuff to pick from.
Right.
That's not how it is here. So, Sherry sent me a bottle of allergy medicine, and she picked up some stuff from CVS for flu. So if I catch influenza again, I won't be so bad off because I have to keep part of my airway unblocked, and the flu tends to block it, and I have to take something to help with that. Otherwise,
Right.
I end up with too much fluid everywhere and can't breathe. And I don't like getting sick because I can't breathe. But no one
Yeah,
likes to
that's
get sick. No one likes to get sick to begin with.
right.
But it's worse for me because I'm an asthmatic with only a 65% lung capacity. Pneumonia really messed up my lungs, man. It's bad enough when you have asthma and you have no air in your lungs, but then you go and catch pneumonia and it does something destructive to your lungs. And the interesting thing is I've never had COVID. And I wonder if that doesn't have something to do with it. That, with all the hairs, because the COVID bug attaches itself to all the hairs in your lungs, and then it causes the lungs to have that reaction it has, and that's why people end up in the hospital with it. Well, when it first started, and it don't really have nothing to adhere itself to in my lungs. I don't have any hair in my lungs. I don't know if it really has anything to do with, but it's a possibility.
Right.
But I have seen that they've done studies where they're like, they've noticed that a lot of people with asthma have not had COVID. Some have. It's not everyone. It's just, or people who are, hey, look at this. Look at this. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Let's see if the other side looks like that. You see that? That one doesn't look like it says.
Oh,
Still
yeah, I
looks
can't.
okay. I don't know if you can see the difference or not. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's only off by less than it's not even an eighth. I don't know why it moved on that side and not on this side. Oh, it might be the same thing. I'm not going to worry about it. This is
I
being,
wouldn't either.
yep, this is being squappy after all. Just cut out my pieces for the Motor Blockhead 6 number 3 block, so I'm ready to go in the morning. Awesome, Pat. I have, oh, that moved. I have to, I want to redo those rectangle triangles from block 4, because I got to figure out how to do them so they don't, because they just don't, I mean, it's okay the way the block looks, but it's not the right, it's not the way the pattern meant it to look. Just cut out pieces. Hey, have you posted any of your Motor Blockhead? I can't remember if I saw whether you posted any of your Motor blocks yet.
Are you talking to me?
Talking to Pat.
Oh,
She posted that she's getting ready to start on block 3. Have you decided on you're not doing them though, are
no,
you, Teresa?
no.
Yeah, I didn't think you were, because you would have mentioned it by now.
I thought about it, but then I decided not to.
Like, not. See, I tried to start them. I've tried to get involved the last 3 years, and everything kept getting in the way of it. And I'd get like 2 or 3 blocks done, and then it just fall off. But I think I figured out how to keep me engaged by doing it on a live, and not worry about if anyone else is doing it or not.
Yeah.
And try to make it like a tutorial to help. Of course, my tutorial last night was a little bit of an epic fail because it didn't come out the way it was supposed to. But I kept on going.
Right.
You know,
That's the important thing.
Yeah, I know that I made a couple mistakes, and you know, and I feel like I should not hide mistakes, so I haven't been doing it when I make them. I let everybody see it for what it is, and I think that's much better. I think it's a good way for all of us to learn, including myself. And I'm trying to learn how to be good at doing tutorials, you know? Because maybe I can become a tutorial kind of girl. Maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Just keep working at it.
Yep, just keep on plugging along and we'll see what happens. I post the first and second this afternoon. Okay, I'll go have a look here directly. Actually, how many people are watching right now? Because I might just go share what's in the group. Ooh, let me go see how many's watching. That's interesting. Let me reload this. Says 27 people are watching. So would you guys like to see what's been being posted in the Greenland Quilter Facebook group? She says she hopes to get the 4th one started tomorrow. I'll let you know how mine turns out. Yeah, I definitely intend upon working on mine. I'm going to I'm not going to take the block apart yet, because I want to see if I might leave the block the way it is and make a new block and see if I can do that those rectangle triangles in a different way. I've really been thinking about making a paper piece for it and do it like that because it might come out better that way. Maybe. Imaka. So Imaka means maybe in Greenlandic. That's one of the first words I learned when I moved over here. I had told Nicola, I said, what's the Greenlandic word for maybe or possible? He says, Imaka. I'm like, oh, that's a fun word.
Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and go.
Thank you for coming and hanging out with me.
Oh yeah.
Tomorrow,
Yep.
tomorrow's Sunday. So tomorrow evening, I don't know if you care to join us or not. It'll be Danny, and we'll be talking about mental health stuff. So if you want to come, you can. If you don't, it's okay too. Oh, I think I lost you. All right, I need to go over to the other page. Find the group.
Whoops. Am I back?
Yeah, you froze.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll talk to you on message.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Thanks
All
for
right.
having me, Katie. Bye,
Yep.
everyone. I'll see you next time. See you
Okay.
tomorrow over on my channel.
Yep, definitely.
Bye.
Bye there. Okay, with those of you in the chat, don't go anywhere yet. I'm going to share the screen, and we're going to have a look at what pictures have been posted in the group. So hold on a minute while I get some stuff cleared off my screen, because y'all don't need to see all this stuff. Wait a minute. First, I need to go and see it. Yeah. 1 minute here. Pat, those blocks are awesome. Oh, they're going to be fun to show. I love your happy colors. Okay. Let's get. All right. Now I'm going to share the screen. I won't be able to see what you're saying while I'm switching everything over, okay? So, yeah, just hang in there with me for a minute. And when I switch to the share screen, y'all put a heart or something in the chat to let me know that you're seeing it, because I'm going to take a peek to see if y'all can see everything. Okay, I've switched to the screen. Let me know if you can see it or not. Someone put a heart up. I love Pat's colors. They're awesome. Yeah, well, I'll show you the pictures and then we'll probably shut down the live. Okay, everybody's seen. All right. Okay, so let me read what each one says. I just need to move something around a little bit. Here we go. This is from Pat. Pat says, I finished the first and second. Moda block had 6 blocks. I'm having fun doing these blocks. Hope to do the third and maybe the fourth ones tomorrow. That's beautiful. Look at those happy colors. Oh, I love them. That is beautiful. You've done good. Hey, John. Yeah, you done good, girl. All right. Let's move on to, y'all already seen that one. Okay. There's no comment on this one. But this is a treadle, y'all. And I need to shrink this down again. Oops. Hang on a minute. I need to back out for a minute. Okay, now you can see the treadle. That's actually gorgeous. And this was posted by John, who is Alibaba Furball. Wow. Look at all that art on there. He could probably tell you more in the chat what these are. Wowee. There's a turn wheel on that thing. This was posted by Andrea. A quilt she just finished. Andrea of Mama J Enterprises. So she looks like she did placemats and everything too. And there's her quilting. These are pretty. This quilt is beautiful. This one is block number 10, merry-go-round. Another fun block. Thanks, Katie. Looking forward to the next one. And this was the block we did last week. So next week we're going to do a new one. That's beautiful. I love it. Good job, Pat. I like how you use the greens. We're going to skip that. Okay, this one is by Judy Smith. And this is block number 9, Star Checks. I like how she used different shades of red. That's gorgeous. Very beautiful. Thank you, Judy Smith, for sharing that one too. I love it. So that was block number 9, Star Checks. This one is Judy Smith, 3 times the charm. Finally got the pivot point 1 done. So this was block number 8, I think. Let me, I can't see what it said. I think it was block 8, maybe. But this one is definitely pivot point. Just ignore these. Okay, this one's by Pat. This is also Star Checks. This is block number 9. I love it. It looks great. This is from Judy Smith. She's trying to catch up on the 1,000 blocks. She needs to go back to the drawing board on the pivot point. She didn't include it here as it was smaller than the other blocks. So right here we have nested bear paws. That one is to the point. This one is churn no, wait, let me think. Yeah, churn star. This one is maybe this one's to the point and that one's up. Yeah, this one's above and beyond. Sorry guys, this one down here is to the point, and this one is the 4-patch star. They look wonderful. And this is from Laura Suck on some crocheting she's been doing. It's beautiful. My page name is Greenland Quilter for Facebook page. In fact, hang on a minute. I might be able to, let me think if I can think of the link. I think it's, oh, hang on a minute, Cynthia. I'll share the link here directly. This looks like a uh-oh. Oops. Sorry, y'all. I don't know what happened just then. I hope you can still see it. Let me know when you see the gown. Yeah, it's beautiful. I like how she got all this design at the bottom of it. It looks like a baptism dress, yeah. Okay, this one is by Andrea. More crochet. Okay, so y'all are with me. Good, good. Okay, I was a little concerned. And the close up, more close-ups of the same crocheted piece. This one here is the 4-patch star block from the 1000 block challenge. Thanks, Katie, for encouraging us to do these blocks. It still needs trimming up. And this one is by Pat, and it's beautiful. I thought this block was a lot of fun to make. It was interesting how they had us putting it together. Okay, this is by Pat, and this one is called To the Point. And it's gorgeous. Look at the little bees. I love the bees. Can y'all see the little bees? That's awesome. Great choice of fabric, Pat. This is by Amanda Hulk. I bet I said that wrong. She's ongoing paper piece work. It's an ongoing paper piece work. She can do scrappy even if she hates it. Eventually it will get finished. I love the tulips. They're so cool. And this one is by Amanda again. It's a test baby quilt with what she calls nibbled geese. So she must be talking about the tops of them being nibbled. This one is by Sherry Yurton. She's showing her quilting skills. More quilting. Oh, look there. There's a dove here. And this is the whole quilt. Wow. This is also by Sherry. And that's the whole quilt. No, that was a different quilt. This is the whole quilt right here. You know, I actually want to do this one. I think this would be fun to do this one. I have to find the pattern for this one because I like how that looks. That looks very modern, so to speak. Okay, that's all the new pic. Well, hang on a minute. Let me check and see if anyone's posted anything new. Hold on. Nope, no new ones. But Cynthia, here's the link. Anyone who wants to join the group, that's the link. Make sure now. Listen, to get into the group, you have to answer the questions. Yeah, I agree with you, John. Which way is up? Make sure you answer all the questions because they're there for a reason, and also be aware that you can't put anything that you're trying to sell in the group because that's not what this group's about. It's about sharing what we're working on. Sometimes I'll share things about Greenland, which is pretty self-explanatory because I live here. I'll do that. Sometimes Nikolai shares his Lego pictures because it's been part of this channel as well. So, you know, you have that going on. Okay, let me unshare. Oh, come on. This thing, stop the share. Nora. Okay. Listen, I'll explain what I mean. You can share what you work even if you sell it. Just don't put any for sale on there or links that take someone to a buy page. Because it's don't, you can share what you make. You just can't share what you can't share the link for where you're gonna sell it at. That's what I'm talking about. Because we've had an epidemic of people reading the rules but ignoring the rules because it's not a self-promotion page. for us to share our work, and you can share all the work you want to, even if you sell it. Just don't put your link that where it's for sale at. That's all I'm asking, because we don't want to turn it into that. And I'm not worried about you, Cynthia. I was just letting you know that, you know, I right now I have the page sitting moderated so that we can moderate posts to prevent t-shirt. Mostly it's been t-shirts. John, you're gonna laugh when I tell you this. Nikolai says, honey, you need to look at these pictures that John put in the group. I'm like, why? He says he couldn't tell if you were trying to sell them or what. I said, did you read what it said? I did, but I don't know the answer. I'm like, okay. So I went and looked, and I read through it, and I looked at the picture. I'm like, he's not trying to sell his machines. He's like, oh, okay. I said, so yeah, we can okay this. Because what it was is we had someone that joined the group, I don't know, a couple months ago, and they had cry cut kit, a big cry cut kit with the machine, along with a cup, another die cut thing, and then a couple of those older machines. And they shared them, but then when you get to reading what they said, then they were telling you, I want to get these sold because I got them from an estate sale. And that's not what our channel's for. Our channel so you can share machines, and like what John did, he shared some antique machines. Sure, we all want to see all that. We just don't want to deal with people, because the reason I have a restriction on selling is because when you follow a link out, I don't know if that site's safe or not, and I would hate for one of my viewers, my Facebook family, you know, to get taken advantage of it, because there's nothing I could do about it if it happened. So this is just a protection to keep people safe. Not, you know, that's all it is. It's about staying safe and comfortable in the, because a lot of people don't even use Facebook because they feel like it's not safe. Can you hear her? She wants to OUT. All right. I appreciate all y'all coming to my live. Don't forget that tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, I will be live with Danny and Myra, and we'll be talking about mental health. You're welcome to come. I hope some of you stop. Enough. We'll be talking about that, and it's what we're doing is trying to build a community. It's kind of like going to a group place to talk about this kind of thing, but we're doing this virtually so that people know that they have a safe place to go. And because I know there's lots of us suffer from some type of something, and you may not suffer from anything but feel sad, and you need to talk. That's what we're here for. So come and talk to us, because I think we're going to be talking about building a toolkit on how to deal with when you're, because I've talked about this on and off over the last almost 2 years, about sometimes I get into what I call a funk, and it's hard for me to get out of it once I fall into it. And we're going to talk about how to pull ourselves up when we're in that state of mind. We all sew and garden and craft and do all kinds of things that helps us with it, but even those things sometimes don't always help. And so we want to create a little community where people can feel safe and comfortable, and you know, and you can come in and talk about your mental health. It's okay with us. We just don't talk about doctors or medicine, because that has nothing to do with this. We're not professionals. Now Myra has a master's degree in this, and but she mostly works with or she did until she retired. She worked with mostly veterans, and before she started working with veterans, she worked with families, so she has some knowledge of all this as well. So anyway, tomorrow 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, if you want to come. See you guys tomorrow. Make sure you live, laugh, love, and dream. Yeah, see? Exactly, Pat. It gets you out of the funk. Who'd have thunk that this is what I would have been doing tonight? You know, I just, after doing it during William's live last night, I'm like, and I was going to really genuinely, I intended on working on my Tulip Pink stuff. But then I'm like, no, let's do this instead. Yes, Cynthia says sewing can be a lonely hobby. I find all of the lives to sew with people. Yep. Okay. Remember, live, laugh, love, and dream. And hello, Jay. We're closing down the live. But I'll see all of y'all tomorrow. Also, if you want to go to another live, there is hang on, let me see. I don't know if I can still share. No, I can't. There is because he's live, I think, right now. You can go hang out there to see if you like his style of live. All right, because I'll probably end up over there after I take a certain little brat outside. Anyway, love you guys. Thank you for coming to the live. Live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with that? You create something. See you on the next live. Good night, everyone.